tries to leave, kill him. You must be pretty strong to make it here.
Oh, were those your guys? I thought they were just trying to throw me a barbecue.
Ha! Like your style, stranger. Been a while since anyone had the guts to talk to me like that. See, Jake? Here's someone who might actually be worth my time. Unlike you.
They're gonna kill me.
But I brought everything you asked for.
Stealing things from your family farm doesn't prove your strength, boy. Though this wonderful sword you brought does put me in the mood to give you one last chance to prove your worth. What do you say? Kill that prisoner and prove that you aren't completely useless.
You said we'd be raiding outside the Commonwealth. These people aren't even a threat to us.
Prove to me that you can kill. It's him or you.
Oh God, what do I do? What do I do?
Please, let me go.
What's it gonna be, Jake?
Walk away, Jake. You don't have to do this.
You're right. I don't want to do this. I don't want to join the Forged. I just want to go home.
Last chance, Jake. If you don't kill the prisoner before I count to 3, well, it's over. 1.
Help!
2!
Don't you die on me!
Excuse me.
Wait, I'm sorry. I messed up. I panicked.
Always happy to help.
I don't know what I was thinking trying to join them. Look, I should probably try to go home and make amends. I know I've got no right to ask, but I bet if you're there to explain, things with my dad would go easier. I bet if you bring my great-granddad's sword, he'll make it worth your while. He always tries to deal fair with people. I'll wait for you by the overpass near the farm.
Hi.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. face here again,
Is that my boy come home?
What? Jake's back? Oh, thank God.
Papa, please. I know I screwed up pretty big. I thought if I joined up, I could keep them from raiding our farm. I didn't. I don't want to hurt anybody.
I don't care what you thought. I told you.
Abraham Francis Finch, that's enough.
Mama,
Shut up, Jake. If I hear anything out of either of you, you'll both be peeling potatoes for the next year. I've watched you two go at it for years and tried to let you sort it out for yourselves. Abraham, your son is a grown man.
He
And
vanished.
if you expect him to act like one, then you'd better stop treating him like a child. Jake, your father is out there, and we know it can be dangerous. Just want to make sure you're prepared. There, it's over. If I hear another word about it from either of you... What's that noise?
You have a visual. No one panic.
Probably bugged out already.
I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
What? Boy, I told you that if you ever
Abraham,
showed
what's
your
going
face
on?
here again,
Is that my boy come home?
What? Jake's back? Oh, thank God.
Papa, please. I know I screwed up pretty big. I thought if I joined up, I could... I don't want to hurt anyone.
I don't care what you thought. I told you.
Abraham, that's enough.
Mama,
Shut up, Jake. If I hear anything out of either of you, you'll both be peeling potatoes for the next year. I've watched you two go at it for years and tried to let you sort it out for yourselves. Abraham, your son is a grown man. And if you expect him to act like one, then you'd better stop treating him like a child. Jake, your father and I have been out there, and we know it can be dangerous. We just want to make sure you're prepared. There, it's over. And if I hear another word about it from either of you, so help me.
Mr. Finch,
She's right. I've been a fool. There's no way I can thank you enough. Here's something for your help. I think you should hang on to that sword. It'd put a smile on Granddad's face to know it was being used to help people.
Hey there, friend. Preston Garvey, Commonwealth Minutemen.
I'm always glad to see the Minutemen.
Good. Just send word if you ever need our help. That's what we're here for.
Sure thing. Well, it sure was nice chatting with you.
Good to meet you.
Okay, well, I'm here now for real, for real. I don't understand, man. OBS just randomly decides to drop my mic on OBS sometimes. I didn't even realize until just now. But we're here. I was screwing around in Fallout 4. You missed some of my editorial comment. That game is so janky in the weirdest possible way. It's honestly spectacular. Even though it's not the best Fallout, it's still pretty classic Fallout stuff. And I can always get behind that, so I was just having a good time finishing up the quest that I had been working on last night. But we're here now for some Total War action. I'm really curious to see some of the corruption variants for all these maps. One thing I would like to see is maybe have like some kind of way to mod in a drop-down menu for these, because this is a little bloated. Like there's 5 variants for a decent number of the maps now. It's kind of crowded. Looking at this, it's not like a bad thing though per se. It's just like a little quality of life thing for the future, for the map makers to maybe consider. I don't know how they'd manage to do it though, so if it's not doable, of course it's fine. What maps do we have today? Before I go make my coffee, I'd love to just get a little look-see. I got Bordello, Creeping Swamp, Crystal Lake, Decrepit Moor, Floodplain. So which of those have the variants? So Decrepit Moor does. Bordello I don't think does. Pretty sure it's just classic Bordello landing. Yeah, there it is. It does not have any variants, but a few of the other ones do. So we'll get to see some of that. Crystal Lake is going to be really cool. Decrepit Moor, especially. That one I'm most interested in, seeing the variants. Swamp and Floodplain. Floodplain, I think, has also got a couple of Chaos variants, right? Creeping Swamp does. Oh, beautiful. We're going to try and do a rotation on all of these. So, hopefully, we'll be seeing a little bit of all the different action with the new corruption variants. I do like that a few of the maps are just like, you know, tried and true classics that aren't going to change a whole lot. Alright, I'm going to go make my coffee real quick, guys. For those of you who are here, welcome, welcome. Just hang out. We've got about 10-ish minutes before tournament kicks off. We're going to be watching Captain Muffin for round 1. Alright, BRB, guys. I got it going. Settling back in, and we're also got this really delicious spinach and feta pastry from this bakery. It's incredible. I'm not really into sweets, so finding a place that actually makes savory pastries has been truly heaven sent. And spinach and feta is just absolutely an S tier combo. No contest. Let's go take a look at who else is joined in. If it's gonna pull it up, here we go. So we got 24 people registered. So you can see typical stuff. Not that many bands, just Slanesh and Item. Shulkane's Teeth is still kind of buggy. Bloodstreak Chimera and the Mask is banned. These are all the maps, and then boom. A decent number of people. I would say that Muffin is probably one of the most likely people to take this tournament. Jimmy Zool gonna be in the mix as well, I think. And Welsh Lion has been improving pretty rapidly. Think he'll probably be playing Tomb Kings again. See how he does there. Mr. Fly is always in the mix as well. Oh my god, we've got Captain Muffin and Evil Muffin. I hope they've got to meet in bracket now. Or I'm going to be sorely disappointed otherwise. Please. Zeblon should not be in this tournament. He is literally just won one of the upper level tournaments, so... I don't think he needs any additional time down here. So what factions do we have going? Got Skaven Empire. Zinch Count is going to be interesting to see. Not always the most popular faction. But really strong. I mean, their win rate has been in the top 5 for a while now. Yes. I don't know, man. I've never seen Evil Muffin and Captain Muffin in the same lobby, so they could just be the exact same person. That's why we need them to play, you know? We might be revealing a grand conspiracy amongst the Muffins. We got Dark Elves. That's what Evil Muffin is playing, is Dark Elves. T-Panda's on Corn. Newer person. Hadn't played in any tournaments or games as far as I knew before last week, so... Definitely going to be trying to get in and help out a fellow Corn main. Corn is a very good faction, just takes a little bit of time to get familiar with some of the tougher matchups. You know, you're fairly limited without magic, so positioning and strategies and builds are very important for them in particular. Got more Skaven, more Dark Elves. Mr. Fly is on Zinch as usual, which is going to be really fun. We've got... Captain Muffin is on Nurgle. Okay, hell yeah. Oh, and Jimmy is going to be on Dark Elves too. Nice. Some Tomb Kings. Ooh, and Greenskins. Oh, and we got a Vampire Coast player. Oh, beautiful. One more Lizardman and another Nurgle player to round it all out. So we got a lot of faction variety here today. Missing a few, of course, but I think that what we're going to be seeing a little bit of today is going to be a nice mix-up from the typical fare. And we do have a Dowie player. Who the heck was playing the Dowie? I forgot who declared for them. Oh, Dirk did. And Dirk is normally playing High Elf, so that's going to be a very interesting transition. Similar in some respects, but just in terms of being very ranged-oriented factions. But Dowie much, much slower and a little bit more resilient just because of the super high armor on all their units. Hopefully it won't be too tough of a transition. Alright, so Muffin is playing Failstorm. I have not seen this person around before. I don't even know who this person is. Where the heck are they? We'll just give Captain a minute to kind of figure out who his opponent is. I don't even know who I'm supposed to be pinging here because they're not Failstorm on. Discord. Going by another alias apparently. Trying to hide amongst our midst. I mentioned it a little earlier. Muffin beat me on Nurgle when I was playing Korn in Turn's tournament the other night. We had a pretty rousing game 1. And he caught me out pretty bad with his hero squad. He just absolutely pummeled the hell out of all of my expensive stuff. So, it was very well played. I'm very excited to watch him helm something live. I'll be taking notes so I can get my vengeance. Sweet. Okay. Oh, wow. Let's go, dude. This is actually kind of wild. Khorne versus Nurgle for round 1 is going to be very interesting. I'll see what Panda runs. The build I ran against Nurgle when Muffin beat me was definitely maybe not the most optimal. I was trying the Bloodbrute Behemoth back out, and he just farmed it with throwing axes. It was definitely not my finest hour in terms of the build I brought. He punished me very effectively. See if he's up to the measure against T-Panda, because this is a tough matchup for Nurgle, and always has been. There's some strategies you can run as Nurgle that can do pretty well into Khorne, but a lot of it revolves around your magic, and obviously you can run Karanak to shut down magic pretty hard. Nurgle especially doesn't like having their casters interrupted. I don't know if T-Panda is a player, though, who's very practiced with Karanak, because Karanak takes a little bit of getting used to. Really strong character. The lack of AP on the doggy, though, can definitely hold him back a little bit. Like, Karanak does really well into, I mean, he just absolutely farms Festus, and he beats the snot out of, the Exalted Great Unclean Ones. But you don't see Festus or the Great Unclean Ones very often nowadays. They're just a little too big and ponderous. They don't have great battlefield control. And Festus is kind of weak to snipes anyways. Just very bad combatant, so you can just kind of dive him. The casters you're most likely to see are Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle. He's a little vulnerable to Karanak, but Karanak doesn't have fire damage to punish the Crown of Domination. So you need to pair it up a little bit with somebody like Valkia or Skulltaker. Pretty good combination. I mean, Skulltaker just absolutely dominates this matchup. If you really want to set it and forget it as Khorne, you just run Skulltaker with a bunch of Blood Beasts and a couple Khorne Gores and some Bloodletters usually do pretty well. Even if you run into the Plague Bearers, Bloodletters do kind of just win against those guys. Plus all the buffs from Skulltaker just turn everything that you have into absolute murder machines. And with Sword, Skulltaker can even duel the Kha'Zix type characters. Kha'Zix is the real problem for Khorne. He's a little bit tough to handle. And typically you beat Kha'Zix by like getting him trapped inside some halberds or something similar. Round 1 begins. For a new player tournament, we've got Tamerkhan, probably on foot. I don't think he's got the funds here to have him on the Toad Dragon. Foot Tamerkhan is pretty damn strong, though. Good choice for the Khorne matchup, too, for the most part. He's one of the few Nurgle characters that can scrap against Skulltaker pretty decently. Especially with his buffs up. Black Cleaver is also an AoE. I think people forget that this is an AoE buff sometimes. It can really help you out if you're going for some Chaos Warriors into Khorne, but he just brought basic Plague Bearers for the most part. It's got one Marauder Great Weapon, one Sword and Board Marauder, lots of throwing axes. Sorcerer, Chaos Sorcerer here. It's just on horseback. He's got Fleshy Abundance, Curse of the Leper, and Miasma. Really good spell kit for the Khorne matchup. Stream of Corruption can still be good into Khorne. Obviously, the spell resistance mitigates a lot of the damage, but it's all AP, so it's always going to at least be getting through and getting as effective damage as you possibly can through the 35% armor. And if you can hit a nice thick line of Khorne units, it can still be cost effective. Just using these two is going to be very, very nice. Like Curse of the Leper to hit whatever the Skull Reapers are fighting can win you that engagement very quickly, as they just destroy themselves with the melee reflection just hammering through them. Miasma is really good to hit like Blood Beasts, or even Skull Taker with. Well, not Skull Taker because he's got Unyielding Assault, but a lot of the other Khorne characters like Valkia or anybody else. Blood Beasts because they have really high charge bonus, and their melee attack, they don't have any bonuses. Hammering down the melee attack with the Miasma can be very effective at just keeping them in check. This Blood Beasts trade upwards so nicely. I've just stopped bringing Minotaurs for the most part, unless I need like super dedicated anti-large. These Blood Beasts thump well enough that they can very cost-effectively uptrade for you, regardless of whatever circumstance you might be in. So, Fury's coming in. A pretty good call, considering how many throwing axes are on the field. Definitely need something to disrupt those guys. Furies are very effective, and if they catch one of these horsemen, they'll just outright kill it in very, very short order. Marauders are going to be your best bet for just buffering back the throwing axes, because you don't want to let the Forsaken get hammered. Bloodletters have the Fizz Res, so they can avoid a little bit of the damage. They'll be relatively okay, and keep them away from the Skull Reapers, too. So, Skull Takers backed up a lot. We got a rotation around the pillar here to try and hammer the Forsaken, I would bet. Actually, looks like trying to shoot the Blood Beast. Nice little buffering here. I mean, these horsemen are going to have to actually get away. Forsaken can drag down the models on these cav pretty quickly. Fury's flying out in the flank. I'd keep them tucked in a little bit more. And you got Fleshhounds going for the back cap. It's going to take the Fleshhounds a little while to actually get this objective. Bile Trolls on the way in. Another Fury around the flank. I didn't even see this one going all the way around the back there. Pandas should probably tuck these guys back in. There's no reason for them to be flying this far into the back line. There's not going to be that many easy pickings. And you don't want to leave the throwing axes to get any freebies on the Furies. You can see they do pretty good damage to these guys. Furies just don't have a very huge HP pool. It's respectable, but, you know, on 60 models, 5,200, doesn't go as far as you would maybe like it to in some situations. Decent scrap for the Bloodletters outside of the presence of the Bile Trolls here. But there are going to be Blood Beasts to hammer back, and the Blood Beasts will destroy the Trolls here. Trolls just do not stack up well against Blood Beasts. There's a huge weapon strength disparity here, and the Blood Beasts, as long as they aren't getting hit by that Miasma like they are now, can usually punch through the melee defense pretty well. Skull Taker needs to get in. He needs to provide buffs. That's like going to be one of the best ways for you to actually grind through all these units. Really nice Curse of the Leper here. It's hurting these Furies pretty badly. They're trying to kill the Horsemen, but instead they just end up eating a bunch of damage as they get piled onto the back of. They're crumbling pretty shortly here, I would imagine. And the extra armor keeps those Marauder Horsemen alive really nicely. Good rear charge at the Fleshhounds, but both Furies going down is really painful. They did not get any value. 1350 gold, or 1300 gold, just gone in an instant. You gotta be so careful not to let this happen with Skull Taker, man. You cannot let him get surrounded by mass. He's strong, he can do a lot of heavy lifting for you, but this is the kind of situation that will just lose you a game because completely trapped up now. You've got an anti-large, dedicated tool to just pummel Skull Taker here. do get some Forsaken pushing through. Maybe you can bail Skulltaker out of this situation. If he can just push out of here and get to the safety of some friendly units, then perhaps you have a way back into this one. Skulltaker's leadership breaks, but it does steady pretty quickly. He's just a very hard character to drag down, so he's going to be running for his life. Throwing Axe is doing a little bit of parting damage, but he's still got 2,000 HP. In the front line fight, it's not gone badly for Nurgle, but they have lost most of the Plague Bearers, and the Bile Trolls, I just don't know if the Bile Trolls are going to hold up here. Blood Beasts are not doing too hot, and the Flesh Hounds are running down one of the throwing axes pretty aggressively here. Chosen are on their way in, but these Skull Reapers are going to actually really rip into those guys. Skull Reapers versus Nurgle Chosen is actually kind of a bad trade for the Nurgle side of things. They've got 120 armor, so the AP is really not going to be, is not too great on the Skull Reaper, so a lot of that base weapon damage isn't really getting through. But the Skull Reapers have excellent melee attack, so they hit pretty reliably through the 51 melee defense. And they've got pretty decent melee defense in their own right. At 42 at base, getting debuffed by the Bile Trolls right now. Bile Trolls are putting in a lot of the heavy lifting right now. They've actually held up shockingly well. Like those Blood Beasts, they got only 600 value. They've been struggling with all the magic going down on them. And we get a nice Miasma Pestilence on the Fury fight up in the sky, so really rough debuffs coming in there. And this is kind of what Panda was able to do against me. He just had a few of these units hanging in there a little bit better than I was able to keep anything on the field. Slowly out-traded me over the course of the long, grindy game. Skull Reapers are fighting maybe a little much right now. Now, they've got the Bile Trolls on their back, and the Chosen are getting a huge buff from the Black Cleaver right now. And he's also chasing Skulltaker back. Skulltaker is trying to get away from Tamarcon. He's got to stay away from him for now. He's very beat up. Korngors, though, got to be really careful not to get stuck on all these guys. Korngors will kill Tamarcon really quickly, actually. Throwing Axe is getting in position to get after Skulltaker now. Need a little bit of help here. He's going to need some milk if he gets engaged by these Throwing Axes. They will chunk him quickly down. It's a really nice dodge through, though. Nurgle Fury's trying to buffer back the Korngors and do a pretty good job of it, and values are staying fairly close. Chosen are doing pretty good. Wow, they've got 1,000 value. The buff from Tamarcon, that Black Cleaver, really helping them out in the trade against the Skull Reapers and these Forsaken. Huge performance from them so far. Bloodletters piling onto the back of this fight over here. Bile Trolls are running away, but got 1,700 value, man. Brutal stuff, and the other Bile Troll has up-traded as well. Korngors fighting some Marauders out here. Not a great trade for the Korngors. I mean, they'll probably beat the Marauder of Nurgle. You'd like to see something else pushing around out here. I would honestly prefer the Korngors in the middle here and the Forsaken out on the flank. Forsaken will just destroy a Marauder of Nurgle. Not even a close fight in the least. The problem with the Korngors is that they just have pretty bad melee attack against non-large targets. That's, I mean, really their sell point, right? Like, trying to use Korngors in infantry trades is really not that effective. Having them over here, they would have helped against the Bile Trolls a lot more. Like, yeah, Forsaken have fire damage, but they also have a little bit of a hard time getting through the melee defense on the Bile Trolls. It's not super efficient for them, and the Korngors would actually be able to punch through the HP a little bit more effectively on these troll units here. Great Throwing Axe plays. Another thing that Panda did really well against, or Muffin did really well against me. And Panda is just looking a little bit gassed now. You know, this happens to Korn a lot. You're bringing in all these Furies and they're crumbling out so much. Flesh Hounds haven't traded amazingly. The Forsaken, you know, a whole bunch of them I'm not really a fan of. I really do just prefer Bloodletters over Forsaken in this matchup, because you see the Chosen a lot more than you see anything else. And the Forsaken actually lose out pretty badly in the trades against like Pestigors and some of the other Nurgle units that you might run into. They just bounce off armor a little too hard, and I think the AP is a little bit more reliable here from the Bloodletters, especially with the magic damage. Helping out in trades against any Plague Bearer lines you might see like you did here. And they also killed Nurgle Forsaken, so, you know, Bloodletters are just way more reliable. They actually up-traded. These Khorngors did okay, but you look at all the Forsaken and you see that their value, you got 400 here. That one actually traded decently. I believe there was another one around here that only got about 300 value. Skull Reapers got 1200. They're another good unit that you can rely on typically. Rotters of Khorne not doing too hot. Skull Taker just got beat up so early. It was such a pain to have him low on HP right out the gate. And then not being able to maneuver him around effectively like you really need. So he can provide buffs to the front line. You get a nice chunk in there against Tamerkhan, but a little bit of a problem that he's got 5,600 HP and your Lord has a whopping 492 here. These throwing axes, not nearly as devastating this time around as they were in my game against Panda, but he did a really good job of keeping them alive. And now they're going to get a great opportunity to just get the kill here. On Skull Taker down to 200 HP. 182, is he going to go down? He's still surviving thanks to that totem. Keeping his HP just a pace of the crumbling. Bloodwake Berserkers coming in. Honestly, the Bloodwake Berserkers would have been the right first summon in. If you're going to bring these guys in reserve, you need to prioritize them as an early summon out. Even if your opponent has throwing axes, you can always bring Furies out later. Furies are really quick. It's fairly easy to get them into position on the battlefield just by being patient and waiting for a better chance to summon in. You had other infantry that you could have used to kind of keep the Bloodwake Berserkers tucked into the middle of your formation and away from the throwing axe pressure. Nice Curse of the Leper. I'm not 100% sure how the magic has done in flipping fights, but it's definitely given Muffin an edge in making sure that he was able to win the early trades and get into a nice late game position where he's just got way more on the field. Like, Khorne's just completely gassed. There's so many grounded Nurgle units on the field. And I think the Furies have been the real difference here. Like, T-Panda's had a lot of Furies crumbling, whereas Muffin has played very sparingly with his Furies. He's just brought them in one at a time, instead of bringing them in 2 or 3 at a time, and then just watching them get run down by good rear charges and magic counters with Miasma and Curse of the Leper. You can see the Bloodwake Berserkers have about as awful of an engagement as you could possibly imagine here. Like, they've got Tamerkhan beating up on them, Bile Trolls are here, they're fighting a Plague Bearer as well. Just a lot for them to have to grind through, and they've already gotten 500 value. I mean, they're probably not going to pay for themselves here. They probably end up with around 1,000, though, considering how bad of a fight that is. If they had come in earlier and had a little bit more around them so that they're not taking nearly as awful of a frontline fight. These guys are just so durable that they're usually going to be forcing a massive amount of units to engage on them from your opponent. It allows for easier engagements on flanks. Yeah, looking at the backside of the build here, I mean, you've already got a Fury in your starting army, too. Like, just don't bother summoning another Fury out initially. Get the Bloodwake Berserkers out first. Get your Minotaur, especially since you saw your opponent bringing in the Bile Trolls. You get Bloodwakes, get the Minotaur. probably get a Fleshhound out, and then you get your 2 Furies to help you. And then you can get the Corngores and the Forsaken in as needed. That would be my summon priority. Pretty easy trap to fall into as a newer Khorne player, though. You're like, oh, I've got all this infantry, I'm not contesting the horsemen enough, I need some mobility to actually help me on the flanks, but that can get you into a situation where you're actually spreading out what you're doing best. If you continue to force the Nurgle player to have to bring out more frontline troops, eventually this Nurgle build is going to run into a brick wall where they just don't have an answer for all of your infantry that's out. You've got enough answers for the Bile Trolls with the Blood Beast and the Minotaur. And you can kind of just use those Minotaurs to run around with Skull Taker. It's usually what they do best, because they get huge benefits from the extra melee attack that Skull Taker provides them, and they have ITP, but like a little bit less effective leadership than the Blood Beasts do. So the Minotaurs with the extra 16 leadership from Skull Taker just turn into absolute world-class fighters against just about everything. Whereas the Blood Beasts are a little bit more of a shock unit you want to hit and maneuver with. You don't need them to just kind of sit on top of Skull Taker nearly as much, because they have a really high charge bonus to just like run around and like punch into the side of like Plague Bearers and then pull back and do it all over again. Play a little bit more cagey next time, Panda, and I think you'll have a much better game. I like the build otherwise, though. I would just cut the 2 Forsaken in the start and just get 2 more Bloodletters, though. The Forsaken were okay. I just prefer the Bloodletters for what they do. They just punch through way more stuff on the Nurgle roster than the Forsaken. The Forsaken are good for, you know, running down something like a Fury, attacking Marauders, and chipping in with some fire damage to like lower the effectiveness of healing. But honestly, more often than not, what Nurgle's trying to do is just use Curse of the Leper like we saw in the Miasmas. And they're saving their fleshy abundances and whatnot for much later in the game. It's very rare that you're going to force out a big heal from the Nurgle player unless they massively blunder one of their characters. And you've got Skull Taker with fire damage as well. Like, he's going to be attacking the characters that are most important for Fleshy Abundance anyways, if you're using him correctly. So, just, you know, kind of hang out on the, or hang back on bringing the Forsaken in until the later stages of the game, when the heals are a little bit more likely to be coming out from your opponent. Plus, you got Bloodwakes, too. They've got fire damage. Muffin with a very nice, clean win for round 1 there. And let's start downloading all the replays. Got 4 games here that people are dropping. So let's see what everyone's got. Admin, app data, and replays. Beautiful. Just down, there it is. Alright. Counts versus Chorfs is an interesting matchup. Okay. Good to know, Mr. Fly. Give me a minute, guys. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and I'm going to get a little bit more food in my body. And then we can jump into the next one. We'll go ahead and jump into this, and I'll pause it, and we can talk about the builds when I get back. So just hang out for a couple minutes. cool builds from both sides. Cool to see Jimmy playing something other than the Lizardmen. Dark Elves are a very good counterbalance to the Lizardmen in terms of faction variety to play. Perf. Alright guys, I'm back. Chorster's Council's really good. Alright, we'll check that one out next, probably, because, haven't seen tons of counts in the new player tournaments. It's always good to cover those games. Beautiful. We've got Kairos here. Kairos is not a very good duelist. He is honestly kind of terrible in melee, but excellent caster. I mean, Scroll of Destiny gives him a lot of extra whom. Just throw down Blue Fire and Firestorm and destroy everything. I mean, it does a ton of damage. Sorceress of Shadows here. Melkoth's really good choice if you're going to be running into Horsemen, and, you know, Tzeentch Horsemen are probably the best variant. They're a little expensive, but just having that barrier on them makes them very durable, man. It's actually kind of hard to use Melkoths against these guys, truth be told. Because you can eat it on the barrier and then just run away, and it's just wasted magic from your opponent, oftentimes. That Blue Fire kind of got the High Beastmaster. Shots missed a little bit. Ravagers of Rakarth have taken a little bit of damage here. I wouldn't waste my money on the ROR, to be honest. It's not bad, but Scourge Runners are just super cost-effective. There's not really a reason to bring the ROR variant, because it doesn't do anything that special. Another Blue Fire coming down. Another whiff. What is going on there? Ugh, that was ugly. Kairos, man, his other head is clearly off his game today. Akol's hanging out. You got the Blue Horrors on the point. Black Ark Crusaders advancing, and you do have a double Dark Shard. Bolt Fiends and the Dark Shards. Actually do like bringing the Bolt Fiends here. The Bolt Fiends are an ROR that has Shield Breaker, which is honestly pretty good against Tzeentch, because they do like to bring Chosen as a mix-up a lot of the time. So having something that can help you get through the Silver Shield on the Chosen of Tzeentch can make a very big difference for you. Akold is attacking Black Ark Crusaders. It's actually exactly how you use Akold. He's a line breaker. These foot characters are oftentimes a little bit hard to get into good fights. But Akold in particular is like reasonably fast with 35 foot speed. And just getting him on decently, like, I don't know. I would hesitate to call these guys expensive. 650 gold, though, is a pretty good price point for Acold to engage against, because he gets, you know, like 20, 30 model kills, and he's going to have, you know, about 200 value, and he can fight for basically the entire game and just grind down like 2 or 3 Blackheart Corsairs and have paid for himself. Usually fairly good, just by using him in that particular way. Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, I think, is on the wrong side of the field. We finally get a Blue Fire making good contact with the Beastmaster. Scourge Runners are having to spend a lot of time running back to defend against these Horsemen. The Horsemen, honestly, they haven't gotten a lot of value, but they have definitely caused some irritation for the Dark Elves here. They've had a little bit of a tough time with getting these Scourge Runners in a position to actually help with the frontline fights. Tzeentch is not doing terrible in the front line. Acold is honestly making the wrong decision here. There's no reason to run back here and attack this Blackheart Corsair. Just have the Sour Guts shoot the Black Arcs. Acold should be running forward and either attacking this Dark Shard or really getting after the Bolt Fiends. Because the second the Bolt Fiends and the Dark Shards need to reposition, they're no longer firing, and they're basically useless. That's another thing these foot characters are really good at, is just forcing foot missiles to have to reposition. And you do not want to let Dark Shards get shots off. They just thump against everything. Even if it's a fairly cheap unit they're shooting, Dark Shards really aren't that expensive. They're 550 gold. The Bolt Fiends are a little more. They're like 750, thereabouts, I believe. Wait, Dark Shards are 650, and I think the Bolt Fiends are 800 or 850. Like an 850 gold missile unit that can uptrade 3-4 times its value being shut down by Acold is beautiful, because there's nothing to kill Acold. Like, there's no reason to be worried about sending him back there. Him running farther away from them just gives them more time to actually shoot him. That's where most of his HP has been lost, actually. Blue's waddling in a little much. Mr. Fly is definitely suffering a little bit of jitters, I would say. I think he's just overthinking the thought process here. Like I said, he's doing a great job of pressuring this back objective. He keeps forcing the Scourge Runners away from the front line. It's buying him a lot of time. He needs to really start to get some good magic off to grind back the value, because you can see he's down by quite a bit. A decent amount of that damage is on barriers, but probably only about 500-600 value. Decent little Tzeentch's Firestorm. I'd prefer to see it dropped, like, right here. Try and hit a Gaze of Fate or something to get it off as well. And Kairos is so low. He is getting shot to bits by these Dark Shards and the Scourge Runners. And the High Beastmaster has an exceptionally powerful anti-large missile in particular. And he's super accurate with it, too. Like, you can see he's taking about 200 HP out of Kairos with each of those little bolts individually. Plus all the pressure from the Scourge Runners. Kairos down to 1400 HP. Really suffering right now. Changebringer's good land here, getting them out of there and safe. Cold Wind Knights are trying to shut down the Soul Grinder. See, the Soul Grinder should have been out on the other side of the field here for the opener to help out with this Horseman trading. Like, the Horseman, instead of just constantly getting damaged and having to run back into the trees, if you've got your Soul Grinder over here, you can drop Blue Fires and Soul Grinder Fire onto the Scourge Runners and the High Beastmaster, and force your opponent to play way more honestly around their #1 objective. You probably could have capped this, like, right out the gate. And, you know, it's not bad to have something big defending your home objective, but, I mean, you can just leave, like, a Marauder over here, right? And you've got Zangors as Tzeentch, so those guys can motor up right out of this Vanguard in no time flat. It's very hard to pressure this back objective if you have a durable Vanguard infantry that you can throw up from your spawns. The Blue Fires, man, I don't know what's going on with them, but they have really not been hitting right now. I would honestly have just been focused on using them against the Shadow Sorceress. Like, the High Beastmaster does good damage, right? And Lord Sniping is pretty effective against High Elves, because while they are fairly high leadership, they do actually have a lot of stuff that's in the 60s. See, Dark Shards are down at 56 at base. They do suffer from the leadership penalties. But removing their magic would be way better for you, because Melkos is just really annoying. It's very cost effective. It gets a lot of value by just constantly being used on its very short cooldown. Shadow Sorcerers really hasn't had to do a whole lot, though. A lot of the units that are out on the field aren't, like, super great targets for the Melkoths. It's really been the Horsemen, and the Horsemen have been absolutely clapped by this Coldwood Knight back there. Get another blue fire coming out. So it looks like it's trying to shoot the front of the chariot, and it can't actually hit it, which is the problem. It's trying to shoot the horses. And I guess the horses don't count as the actual chariot, but the Changebringers are not having that problem. Big damage going down on that Beastmaster there. Soul Grinder getting a few shots in too. Not really getting a lot of contact though. Definitely, definitely something that you need to keep an eye on in the future, Mr. Fly. A-Colt's grinding, you know, he's got 115 kills. You know, if he had about that much value and you still had a decent number of troops on the field, you'd be in a pretty good position because you got this really healthy combat character. Your opponent's Lord is pretty low. The magic is nice, but nothing too incredible. It's just a shame that Kairos has gotten pummeled so badly, man. And the mispositioning with the Soul Grinder and the Horseman, with, you know, the Horseman, like, doing a good job of forcing your opponent to pay attention to their back objective, but not really accomplishing anything here. Definitely holding you back. Sometimes it's better to try and, like, shrink the battlefield a little bit with the Chaos factions. Oftentimes, as Tzeentch, especially, since your stuff is so expensive, you're usually outnumbered. Minimizing the frontage on which you're having to focus your micro and your opponent is trying to, like, attack your forces oftentimes makes things a little bit easier for you in the value trade game. It's nice to be able to push off objectives and force your opponent to pay attention back here. But Jimmy has definitely shown that he's got the chops to be able to split his attention effectively. When you see that your opponent is really just not being dragged out of position and forced into an awkward situation via your backline pressure, oftentimes it's better to just rally back and get consolidated so that you can just fight over the middle objective. Because you're holding your back point, you know? There's not really been that much pressure on it back here. The Soul Grinder can force your opponent forward, get him worrying about what you're doing, instead of you overstressing yourself by focusing your units back here and having to constantly, like, oh, there's something going on over here, oh, there's stuff going on over here, and then you're not really able to get, like, a local advantage anywhere on the field. You know, you can just focus up and look at what is directly in front of you and make the quick, easy decisions of, this unit goes here, you know, like, A-Cold goes and attacks the Bolt Fiends. Furies defend the Changebringers. Changebringers look for Coldwood Knights to hit, and the High Beastmaster and the Sorceress, depending on if Kairos can get nets on them. Kairos looks for Blue Fires and Tzeentch's Firestorms. There's nothing you can do about the Blue Fires just whiffing on that High Beastmaster. That was just a little bit unfortunate. But you definitely missed some opportunities for the Firestorms. So, you know, trying to focus up and use these vortexes a little bit more would definitely help. Because you could, you know, drop one back here. You got pretty good cast range on this. I know you're being chased away by the Crows of Cain right now, but a lot of the problems with being run down by these guys could have been avoided by keeping some punishing units like the Soul Grinder in a better position to actually countershoot the Scourge Runners. Because the Scourge Runners did a majority of the damage to Kairos in this game. You just need to keep them farther in the back line and have your Furies and the Horsemen to interpose themselves between Kairos and the Scourge Runners. Because if you can do that, then the Scourges are not going to do enough damage to Blue Horrors to get cost-effective trades. Even if they're running over the Blue Horrors, you can always run your Horsemen up so that they can shoot the Scourge Runner chariots as they're retreating. And then if you have A-Cold pressuring your opponent's like Dark Shards, which just got a ton of value this game. 1,500 on this Dark Shard, 1,000 on the Bolt Fiends. You just can't let them get volleys off. The Dark Shards are really vulnerable to dives. They have no armor. They have awful, awful stats. I mean, 31 melee defense is okay, but this is the ROR variant. Regular Dark Shards don't have nearly as much. At 24 at base. These guys got both of those chevrons, by the way, so it's not like they had the 26 to begin with. Tzeentch Furies are one of the weaker variants in terms of damage output, but they've still got plenty of melee attack and weapon strength to get through a low HP backline Dark Shard unit. You know, like your opponent was using the Scourges pretty aggressively to get after Kairos, and if you can, like, find an opportunity to maneuver off of those guys and then get after the Dark Shards of the Fury, you can kill them quickly enough before they can get back to defend. Honestly, nice counter push from Mr. Fly. He's found a way to kind of get back in this game. Changebringers, 2,500 value has a lot to do with that. I mean, a stupendously cost-effective trade there. A-Cold also is still alive, and he's got 223 kills, 1,200 value. Oh my god, are we going to see a comeback for the ages here, potentially? Senegors have been hammering, and the Crows of Cain go down pretty hard. 1,200 value on them, but this Fury has 1,700 value almost. Crazy, crazy cost-effective. That Melkoth is hurting, but the Dark Riders getting charged with the Senegors is going to be a disaster. Dark Riders are a fun unit. Honestly, guys, I really don't think they're that good. Especially against a faction like Tzeentch that has a lot of, like, foot missiles that can put a lot of hurting in on them. And really aren't that much shorter range. Like a Blue Horror, if they get a full volley off on a Dark Rider repeater crossbow, that is a massive win for the Tzeentch player. Because these Blue Horrors are just chunkier with the barrier. And their 90 missile range is not that much shorter than the 115 here. It's a lot of micro to try and pay attention to these repeater crossbows as well. So they're also really vulnerable to the Furies and the Senegor dives. And this is actually looking like Tzeentch is going to get into a position to win this game potentially. I was really thinking that Mr. Fly was cooked when Kairos went down. But good infantry play and excellent mobility play here towards the end of the game has gotten him into a winning position. Hargnath Executioners trading very poorly as well. A-Cold got on them. They're getting swarmed by the mobility. Shot by the Horsemen. They got hit by a big army ability. I'm sure you saw that here. The damage from the army ability was not the best I've ever seen, but it was still more than enough to get Mr. Fly back into it by wearing down a lot of the Blackheart Corsairs and those Hargnath Executioners that were hanging around on this middle point. And now Jimmy is on the back foot. You've got a Zangor and a Horseman coming out of that Vanguard through the forest. Beautiful decision making. Mr. Fly, a little bit of sleep at the wheel to start this one, but here at the end of the game, this is incredible. What a swing back, dude. Oh my god. Zangors also beat the snot out of Witch Elves. The Witch Elves, when they have their Witch Brew up, are pretty tough to handle for the Zangors, but it usually doesn't last long enough for the Zangors to just outright lose the combat, and the magic damage and decent stats overall on Zangors typically means that they just win the trade, because there's a massive HP disparity here. I mean, 9,600 base HP versus 6,500 on Witch Elves, just not fun for these bare naked ladies. They really are kind of a fire and forget unit. And you gotta be pretty discerning about when and where you engage them. You can see they're actually routing here. The Lord Dead penalty punishing the elves here. And I mean, I was talking about it earlier, like, you've got fairly high leadership on the Dark Elves, but Out of all the elf factions, they have the lowest at base on most of their frontline units. And it really hurts them in these late game situations where if they don't have enough to like protect their flanks and they start getting rear charged, shot by missiles, and getting frightened, they fall apart pretty quickly. Like a lot faster than you might be expecting if you're used to playing factions like the Lizardmen or the High Elves or Wood Elves or what have you. Which, you know, Jimmy plays a lot of Lizardmen. Lizardmen have flimsy leadership in some respects, so they got a lot of abilities that cover up for it. Whereas the Dark Elves, they're a little bit more selfish in their orientation. So they don't really have great leadership buffs for their units in the later stages. And that is a insane comeback, honestly. Mr. Fly was down almost 4,000 value at one point. Now, a lot of that was damage on barriers, but nonetheless, taking into account all the shield damage, probably still down about 3,000 value. And that is a very, very tall task to climb back from, but he did an amazing job there. Didn't panic, didn't give up, stayed scrappy, and was actually able to grind that back with A-Cold, putting in a huge performance with the 1,500 value, 250 kills. This is what you dream of when you bring A-Cold, man. Rock solid, dependable unit that can eat damage and come back around and still dish it out. Then have a little bit left to give even into the last moments of the game. Gotta love it. Senegors did great. 1,800, 1,500. There was a Chosen in reserve. Didn't come out, but, you know, it was on the table. The two Zangors did respectably, and the Blue Horrors were not terrible. I mean, one of them got pretty decent value on a couple summons. And the Horsemen were very, very effective. You know, they struggled in the early game, but towards the end, this Horseman got summoned back out, and I would say probably 1,000 of that value came from the second summon. Sour Guts, very effective. Fury, exceptionally so. 2,100. I think this Fury came out 3 times, but it's the one Fury paying for itself all 3 times. Very, very, very nice to see. And of course the Changebringers, as always, did a really good job of microing these guys around. And they really helped keep Mr. Fly in that game in the middle stages, because Kairos is getting his ass handed to him. And the Changebringers were really the only thing that was getting any kind of cost-effective value for Fly. Cold One Knights, really not that impressive. I mean, only one paid for itself. Harpies were okay, the Repeater Crossbows okay, Hargonet Executioners were outright bad. Wedge Elves got destroyed in the Corsairs. I don't really like Corsairs, like the melee variant specifically. They're just not that good. They're okay. But really, if you want to bring Blackheart Corsairs, you should bring the Handbows. And the Handbows are really good in Zinj. Like, the Corsairs have good armor at 80. They've got respectable melee stats, and their bow is pretty quick firing and does quite a bit of damage. You can actually use it to punch through the barrier on Blue Horrors pretty quickly. You can also have them running around and be 360 shooting to defend your more vulnerable missiles like the Dark Shards. Because like I said, Dark Shards, when they have to move, they can't fire. Blackheart Corsairs, the Handbows, can shoot on the move, so while the Dark Shards are kiting back, you can have the Handbows kiting back around them and counterfiring anything that might be chasing you, just to force your opponent to potentially pull back and keep a more respectable distance between you and the missiles that are bedeviling them. Alright, let's watch some counts versus Chorfs. Doomfire Warlock, Collins. I don't know. I think melee Dark Riders would have been better. Melee Dark Riders trade really well into Centigores. Doomfire Warlocks are stupidly reliant on their Phys Res for durability. Every Tzeentch unit has magic damage, so they will just get killed by anything they run into, honestly. Doomfire Warlocks are better in matchups, like against Beastmen, or, where would they be best? Beastmen is a really good matchup for Doomfire Warlocks, I know. They'd be pretty good into Wood Elves for the most part. Wood Elves, if you've got their magic damage missile shut down. Don't start doing this, computer. Not today. Honestly, Chaos Dowie wouldn't be a bad matchup for Doomfire Warlocks. Because you can run down the Hobgoblins pretty hard. Hammer Bull Centaur renders pretty well. The Doom Bolts are pretty good, because you can use the Doom Bolts to, like, hammer the artillery, actually. Does a lot of damage to, like, Magma Cannons and Death Shrieks, and even against, like, Soul of Damnation, you can do good work against that. Generally, it's factions that lack available magic damage. Chaos Dowie have magic damage, and quite a bit of it, but that's mostly on their, like, demon engines. And the demon engines you just ignore with Doomfire Warlocks, because they're not really going to do well against them anyways. There's a time and place for them. I just really don't think Tzeentch is a faction that you want to bring Doomfire Warlocks against. Like, the spells will be useful, but I just don't see their, I see their durability as being, way too much of an issue. Like, you fumble with a Doomfire Warlock one time, and you're losing 1,100 gold. Like, almost instantaneously, because a Blue Horror, getting a good shot off against the Doomfires is gonna just roast them down. So Soul of Damnation is actually really vulnerable here. It's not a bad artillery piece, but the thing is, these Hell Cannons, man, stuff like Gaze into Gash and Breath Attacks just destroy the actual artillery piece itself. And it used to be that the spells and abilities would actually be trying to hit the crew, but in the last few patches, they've made some changes to the target priority, and it actually hits the artillery piece itself. And it really doesn't have that much HP, so it's honestly not a very good call against the vampire counts, especially, because they just have so many spells that can actually annihilate this thing. So we uncrews it. It will actually track the crew now. If they're on the artillery piece, it tries to hit the artillery, but if you decrew, then it will actually try to shoot these guys. So they take a little bit of damage, but they're alive. They're actually pretty durable. Strigoi Vampire Lord is getting pushed back now. The Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders is doing a good job of skirmishing him away. Very strong Lord. One of the best sniper aerial duelists in the game. I mean, it's wicked. Bonus versus large. Regenerating. Pretty high armor. Good speed. Melee attack and melee defense are very respectable. Plus, you get the Opal Amulet and the Power Stone. Power Stone, a little bit of power recharge at the beginning. Just to get more WOM in the bank. A little bit of extra reserves. And Opal Amulet is a very short 20% ward save cooldown. So, you can get a lot of mileage out of the item here. I would not try and tangle with this guy with my Lamasu Lord. Lamasus do lock down magic, but the problem is that they're better at disrupting and going after dedicated casters than they are at the hybrid role. Strigoi Vampire Lord does both equally well. If he's just straight up dueling against the Lamasu, yeah, he's not using magic, but he's winning the melee fight. There's really not a good time to be using this guy against the Strigoi Vampire Lord. Really, you just want to use your Hobgoblins and try and keep this guy away from your caster while you fly around and look for good burning heads. This is also not really what the Soul of Damnation should be doing. See, here's the thing. Okay, so Death Shriek, if you want to bring a Death Shriek, it would be way better at killing a corpse guard. Demo rockets do a absolutely buffoonish amount of damage to large targets, especially single entities. I would have a Death Shriek in reserve. Fill out my front line a little bit more with you know, the Chowie Warriors. Chaos Dwarf Warriors are pretty good at holding a front line. I would not ever bring Hobgoblins against the Undead. They're too vulnerable to the frightened effects, and they don't have good base leadership. The Chowie have good base leadership. They do get frightened, but they also have really high armor values and decent melee defense, so they can hold a lot better all the way around. And they're not that much more expensive. Hobgoblin Cutthroats are 400 gold. And Chowie Warriors, I think, are 600 or 650. The extra, like, 200 gold thereabouts is more than worth paying. And that's why you keep the artillery in reserve. Because you can always bring the artillery out if you need it. And the Demo Rocket will just be better at killing the Unholy Lodestones. Like, the Soul of Damnation should be shooting at Graveguard Great Weapons. That's what it's best at. You also got to worry about friendly fire. And the thing about the friendly fire is that it is pretty devastating. It happens a lot with the Soul of Damnation in particular. Or the Hell Cannons, I guess, as a whole. Because of the way their shots track, they kind of, like, even off at the end. And usually they just end up plowing, like, into the back of the front row of your melee infantry. So Fellboats are diving the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. A good charge from these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders to answer that. Definitely going to drag the Fellbats down pretty quickly. Fellbats are just not very good at outputting damage. Honestly, not bad for tar pitting something like an Infernal Guard. But Meat has the wherewithal to know that, I mean, the Fellbats, they don't have any melee attack, really, so even though the Wolf Raider bows, not really that great in combat, they still got a charge bonus. They still get a leadership break on these units oftentimes. They can still do pretty effective damage. Beautiful Gaze and a Gash onto the flank of the Infernal Guard here. Massive HP damage on these guys, and they lose a lot of models, too. The most important part of dealing with missiles is that you're actually killing the entities in the unit, so their damage output is lower. Oh my god, and he lands and terror routes these guys. Amazing dive here by Karstein. He was actually starting to fall behind, but now he evens the value back, and he's terror routing one of the scarier units his opponent has. Ooh, and the Lamassu is trying to run away. Now, the Magic has done a pretty good job of clearing out all the bodies. There's a lot of Graveguard left, though. And the Necromancer is... What's the Necromancer on? Oh, just on horseback. He's got Wind of Death. That's kind of cool. Forbidden Rod. So going for, like, the extra magic style. I'd still favor White Kings, personally. Oh, my God. We'll get to that in a second. We got a little bit of a situation developing back here. If you want to bring the Forbidden Rod Necromancers, that's great. Don't bring them on horseback. Like, what's he gonna really get done up here? You don't also you don't need Wind of Death. I mean, it's a fine spell. It's very expensive, though. And Gaze and a Gash from the flank does just as good of damage to a single unit as Wind of Death will. Wind of Death is just... I'm playing against somebody who didn't stagger their formation, and I just insta-win the game by killing their entire front line with an overcasted version. You're probably not finding that too terribly often. You want this guy to be 450 gold with just Forbidden Rod, so you can get a ton of extra Wom. And then your Strigoi Ghoul King can just spend more time casting all of his spells. Like, for the price point of this Necromancer with the Horse and Wind of Death, you can cut both of those things and add another spell onto the Strigoi Vampire Lord. Something like Spirit Leech. It should be really good for putting pressure on this Lamassu. Like, yeah, it's got a little bit of spell resistance, but Spirit Leech is so effective anyways. It'd still be wearing this guy down very effectively because he doesn't have that big of an HP pool on the Lamassu. Be doing like 500, 600 damage. So instead of having to just constantly fly around after him, hoping to catch him in melee, you still have a way to actually, like, slowly whittle him down. And then the gazes can still be used aggressively against the artillery and the infantry by finding flank shots. What's up, guys? Gaze into Gash is about to pop the Sorcerer Prophet right in the dome. Oh my god. 800 damage right out the gate from that. Brutal work. Now, did he kill the crew? No, he didn't kill enough of the crew. Did a lot of HP damage to that Fellbat dive, though. There's a lot of bodies plopped up around this thing now. Infernal Guard just now rally. They're way out of position. And the front line is looking a little rough for the Chaos Dwarves. I gotta remember, yeah, these guys, these Chaos Dwarf Warriors, they've got decent leadership, but they are not immune to psychology, and they're getting dogpiled by a lot here. Excuse me. Got Crypt Horrors beating up on them. Crypt Ghouls are in here. The Strugoi Vampire Lord gets the terror out. Brutal loss, just fully pushed back. Are we going to see the Chaos Dwarves having enough time to recontest? They've got a slight value lead. They're grinding a lot of stuff down. Karstein here. There's a couple of Crypt Ghouls coming up. These Crypt Ghouls can run down the Sneaky Gets pretty well. Sneaky Gets over here actually putting in some work against the Crypt Ghouls. Wow, the Crypt Ghouls are losing to Sneaky Gets. Running these guys might be worth it then. But you do see Crypt Ghouls a lot just because they have Vanguard and they're good cap weight for a faction that struggles with cap weight other than these guys, really. Graveguard obviously have decent values, but, you know, they can get chunked down pretty badly by a lot of stuff, and the Crypt Ghouls can be a little sneaky with all the stalk they have. They're a nice little mix-up to keep in reserve. Sternsman getting pummeled right now by the Soul of Damnation, which has gotten 1100 value, and it survives the Gaze and a Gash. Huge, huge dub there for the Chaos Dally. That's a full 5 or 6 volleys from the Soul of Damnation now. Gaze and a Gash is on a 44-second cooldown. Soul of Damnation is one of the fastest firing artillery pieces in the game. Every 9 seconds. So yeah, that's 4 shots from it before you can fire another Gaze off and maybe kill this thing. Probably have killed the Sternsman by then. You can see these guys are dropping models like crazy now. Normally a very resilient unit. I would probably hold off on bringing them against the Chaos Dally, though. Because they do have regen, which means they're vulnerable to fire damage, and yeah, they've got armor and a silver shield, but Kadai Fireborn will hard counter them, for one. You gotta worry about that, and then if your opponent just flanks around the Sternsman, gets side shots, the extra 20% damage makes up for their armor values being, you know, as decent as they are. Blood Knight's getting smacked right in the dome. Soul of Damnation is really good against Cav too. And it is just blasting away here. Tons of damage going off. Both Centaur Renders are on the Blood Knights now. They do have a little bit of assistance from these Chaos Dally Warriors. Just enough, I think, to help them maybe even trade out favorably here. And that Soul of Damnation shot, dude, it was not doing a whole lot early. These last few rounds have been absolutely devastating. I mean, the Blood Knights lose a few models in the Dire Pack. I mean, they lost a good third of their HP with that one shot there. Sorcerer Prophet, though, dives in and then gets absolutely bullied by the Strugoi Vampire Lord. As well as the Dire Pack and the Blood Knights also chipping him down, I think. I mean, he just melted. He went in with 2,000 HP and he's down to 400 after just a moment of combat. You've got to finish off this Sorcerer Prophet, because he'll probably run off the field and the leadership debuff will wear off. And you really need your Strugoi Vampire Lord here to hard carry the late game for you by getting terror routes. Because you're down pretty bad on the front line side of things. Like, you've got a Crypt Ghoul and a Crypt Horror. and the Tithe. And that's really about it. Like, the Blood Knights are getting a heal, but they're pretty beat up. Strugoi Vampire Lord, he's got, you know, decent amount of HP that he can regenerate. Shutting down the Infernal Guard now. Fireglave's got 1700, just shooting at the big boy in the sky. Definitely the right call, just trying to keep him in check. Actually, very painful for the vampires. This is why Spirit Leech would have been nice. You overcast a Spirit Leech as a parting gift for the Sorcerer Prophet Lord, kill him, and then all of these units that are on the field for the Chaos Dowie. Outside of the Immortals, I guess. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh my goodness. That's why you bring Gaze and Nagash and not win to death, dude. Look at that damage. 5,000 HP off of the Immortals with one cast there. Scrappy game. They're both still in this, but it's looking a little more favorable for the Chaos Dowie. They've got some Kadai on the field and the Bull Centaur Renders. Kadai are just such a disgustingly powerful unit against the undead. They clear Crypt Ghouls, easy peasy. They beat all of the Graveguard. They can even scrap against Crypt Horrors pretty effectively because they have more weapon strength and a better split on their melee defense and melee attack for that fight. Like, their 31 melee attack's pretty low, yeah, but Crypt Horrors only have 28 melee defense to begin with. And you don't lose nearly as much melee defense as you do melee attack when you're in fights. So the Crypt Horrors, they're going to drop below the 41 melee defense of the Kadai pretty quickly in trading. And the Kadai being unbreakable, they're not going anywhere. They'll charge up a ton of the Blazing Body just by fighting whatever the undead have out on the field. Good defense of the backline here. I think this is a little bit unnecessary by Meat. He's got the objective lead. He really just needs to focus on consolidating on the number 1 and 2. And get this Lamasu Lord to the back of the map. Like, literally just hide him in the forest back there, land him on the ground. Force your opponent to go looking for him. Don't just leave him hovering around in the sort of open field, because he's not really going to be doing a whole lot here anyways. You want him by the edge of the map as well. That way, if your opponent gets close and he just has an unlucky leadership break, he runs off instead of dying. Like he's probably going to do here. Gaze and Nagash coming down, and it's going to be a very dead Sorcerer Prophet. Ouch. His Fireball in turn really didn't do a whole lot. Fireball is such a terrible spell. It needs a huge buff. It needs, like, actual AP values to be useful. Black Knights are a good unit. They should actually just rotate around to go after the number 1. Because there's a lot here on the number 2. You're not winning any fight here right now. Like, what you need as the undead is time. So how do you get time? You go take your opponent's back point. Instead of, like, trying to just hopelessly grind into the Immortals, Infernal Guard Fireglaves, with Kadai and Bull Centaur Render backup, you just have your Crypt Ghouls hiding, like, right off the point. Since they have Stalk and they have good cap weight, they can kind of, like, pop up over here when your opponent repositions. You send the Black Knights around, and then you spring the Crypt Ghouls up onto this point as the Black Knights push the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders away. Cap this point. Your opponent starts panicking. They move probably too many units off of this middle point. Then your Crypt Ghouls take a minute. As your opponent starts to cap this point, they jump onto this objective, and they start capping it away from here. And then your opponent tries to reposition, and you just try and avoid head-up fights for the time being until you can get another Crypt Horror out to actually, like, help grind down some of these units. It's pretty... It'd be tricky for the undead here regardless, but I think that would give them a better chance than what they're trying here. This is just a little bit hopeful, and there's too many hard counters on this point right now. But, you know, this is like one of those things that you recognize after the fact oftentimes. Still get the win here. You got the Direwolves getting the number 1. You have some time to work with. Just think the engagement happened here a little too soon. You can see these Fellbats are just getting absolutely annihilated. The Crypt Ghouls aren't doing that much. The Crypt Horrors are out of position because they took a bunch of damage from the Kadai and the Bull Centaur Renders before they ran away. You just wait for all the zombies and this Graveguard to get up. And then you have all your units in. Because then you have the proper amount of buffering for your Crypt Horrors to grind a little bit and trade. Because Crypt Horrors by themselves are honestly kind of bad. When they're alone, they're pretty vulnerable to getting dragged down because of their bad armor and mediocre overall stats. It's really once you get them on top of like zombies and skeletons and Graveguard that they really start to perform amazingly in the value trade game. Strugot Vampire Lord is honestly faffing about a little too much with the Kadai and the Bull Centaur Renders. Really, he should have been up in the air, and he should have looked for an opportunity to get into the back to tear out the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, because they got a lot of extra damage off on this guy. He got punished pretty hard, and you get the cap on the number 1, but we get a really nice push on the other side from Meat, who uses a Sneaky Get and some Rallying Dowie and the Wolf Raiders to grab the number 3 objective. And that's going to tick it down here. Karstein put up a really good fight, though. It's a little bit tough for the undead. Chaos Tower is just a really solid faction against Chaos and undead in general. I think Counts can win this matchup fairly reliably. One thing I would really like to see, actually, is a black coach. A black coach against the Chaos Dwarves can be really effective because it's got huge AP anti-infantry value, so it can run over Chaos Dwarves effectively. It's fast. It can actually dodge Death Shriek shots. As long as it's moving around a bunch, it's impossible for a Hell Cannon to hit effectively. It's got a ton of armor, so Wolf Raider bows don't do much to them. And it's a terror-causing unit, so black coaches can really hurt Chaos Dowie. The only thing they have to be worried about is Fireglaves and Bull Centaur Renders. But you can play around the range of the Fireglaves. They're fairly long range, but they're limited, of course. And the Renders, you're way faster with the black coach than these Renders are, so you can use it to kind of just run into the back of fights and get terror routes and chunk down infantry units. It is 1100 gold. You'd have to think about what you are or aren't going to be bringing, but I think it's worth the money. Just another thing is trim down that Necromancer price point and get rid of this Black Knight. They're not, they're not bad here, but I don't really think you need one. And Blood Knights into the Chaos Dowie as well, I'm not so sure on. Flames of Asgore is just going to destroy these guys if they get blobbed up on a train. I think a Vargeist is a better call. Vargeists just have good AP, they're flying, they can beat up on the flyers if they need to. Chaos Dowie can shoot them with the Wolf Raider bows, but with good Direwolf and Fellbat assistance, Vargeist should be able to find opportunities to dive onto the back of the infantry as well. And you just, like, basically out-trade the Chaos Dowie infantry, and then you try and avoid grinding on Kadai and Bull Centaur Renders as much as possible until you can just kill them by overwhelming them with numbers. Let me show you the black coach. The other nice thing about black coaches is that they, they have all of these abilities on them. Like Black Sides, Unholy Vigor, and Black Nimbus all start charging once you get kills. Black Nimbus charges up the slowest, but honestly, any of these getting started Just makes this thing a nightmare. And yeah, it's got flaming attacks, so it's a little bit less effective because of the fire resistance that Chaos Dowie units have. But the important ones that it's effective against is stuff that only has, like, you know, 15% flame resistance. Like, 15% flame resistance is not saving Chaos Dwarf models from getting killed outright by the Black Coach, because it has 280 weapon strength and a wicked high charge bonus of 80. It's also got Striders, so super effective running through forests and whatnot. It's very hard to lock down if you can play around terrain with this thing. And Bordelot's got a lot of terrain. You can use this to harass the side point with some Crypt Ghouls and whatnot. The more you pull Chaos Dowie apart as the undead, the better off you are, because they really start to struggle in the 1v1 fights because of all the fear you have. You can run their low leadership, like Wolf Raiders, off the map with some good timing pushes. The only thing they have that's immune to terror routes that you're going to see are Kadai Fireborn. Everything else is something that you can bully with the right timing and proper units in position. The Immortals are a little tough. They got 95 leadership, but technically you can terror out these guys. It's a little tough unless you've like killed lords and have other leadership penalties applying, but it's still doable. Alright, let's get some round 2 games going. We're actually even getting into round 3 here, it looks like. Let me eat some more while I'm downloading these replays. We're back. Let's see what we've got for the Creeping Swamp. Oh, and yeah, Rost. The graduates for the new player tournaments are doing great as of now. Who is it? J&M, I think, actually has multiple tournament wins. Bird had a few last season. He's looking for his first one this time around. I think he'll get there eventually. But Evergarden was in one new player tournament. He's got a couple of wins. J&M was a staple for a little while and has 2 tourney wins this season. Adler was around at one point. I can't remember if Blake started off in the new player tournaments or not. I think he might have. Turtles had some wins last season. People come and go, but We've got quite a few alumni, I guess we could call them at this point, who have been putting in a lot of work in the last few seasons to start getting some dubs for themselves, which is awesome to see. Oh my god, what is... Alright, we gotta watch this. Skaven with the absolute raw power of 2 Hell Pit Abominations is irresistible. What the hell? Oh my god, bro. Wally is out here with the strats. The absolutely forbidden techs. I am curious to see how these things do. In my experience, Hell Pit A-bombs are kind of bad, but there's a faction they'll work against. It's Ogre Kingdoms. So we got the Snowhorn of Morn here. I mean, big terror-causing monsters are great against Skaven for obvious reasons, right? I mean, I don't think there's a clan rat or a Skaven slave in the entire world that would want to get into a scrap there. Welcome, welcome, Tom. We actually saw the Gaze and Nagash take half the HP off the Immortals. It was pretty filthy. It was just a little late in the game when the counts had lost a lot of momentum. But it's definitely worth knowing. Gaze is just such a strong spell. It's good against everything, just about. Rat Ogres coming in. Natty Boobos getting in position. Yeah, that's a good target. Shooting the Snowhorn. Oh my god, hold on guys, I'm gonna pause one more time, because, no, it's okay, dude. Don't worry about it. Go back and take a little peek at it. It was a pretty epic moment. I had to shut down Google Chrome. It just eventually starts eating all of my RAM. I have no idea why. Like, I've got so much, and it's like, oh, is for me? Is for me? RAM is mine? It's like, no, you can't use 16 gigabytes of RAM, okay? Like, Jesus Christ, please stop. Like, it's crazy, too, because I swear it's using even more than it actually advertises. Gold gets hit by Flensing Ruin, really nice cast here. Ikit also has Howling Warp Gale, which is a pretty good choice to have. And what is he getting hit by? Oh, Deadeye hit him. Golg with Deadeye shoots him right in the dome. And Ikit loses a lot of HP from that. I mean, it's a very powerful ability. Basically took the full 1050 out of him. Oh my goodness. Poor guy. Hell Pit A-bombs are looking to get in and maybe stop the Snowhorn. Snowhorn insta-routes the Night Runners. Poor little guys get absolutely run down here. Or sorry, the Skaven Slaves are the ones terror-routing. The Night Runners are actually holding firm for the time being. A lot of Cyan Rats routing out. Night Runners are opening up their little missiles trying to hit the Blood Vultures that are chasing the Natty Boobos. This is the problem for the Skaven against Ogre Kingdoms. They just don't have enough mass available to them to stop stuff like this from happening. Like, look at Ikit running. Natty Boobos are getting chunked down pretty badly. Even though the Blood Vultures get pushed back, they've lost a lot of HP and 10 models. And the Snowhorn is doing a pretty good job of disrupting. I mean, it's got 600 value. Long way to go to pay off, but better than the Hell Pit A-bombs so far. These guys, 100 value. What's this A-bomb at? 272, absolutely nothing. Blood Vultures rally. Snowhorn is getting after the Natty Boobos as well. Infantry-sized unit, by the way. Anti-infantry monster, by the way. Tear routes also, by the way. It's absolutely brutal, man. Ogres with the bum rush, and they punch right through the front line. Drag down a bunch of the models on a very dangerous weapon team, and the Snowhorn is gonna probably start getting meat feast fairly soon. I'd be shocked if it is not nearly charged up. Like, the Tier 3 army ability for the Ogre Kingdoms is actually fairly easy to get going against factions like the Skaven. So they just have awful leadership, so they're always running away. And you can almost always get units to just constantly be, like, charging them down and getting you a bunch of points for the army abilities. But the Hellpit Abominations, with a nice Warp Quake and Seismic Snare from the Warp Grinders, actually pummeling the Snowhorn right now. And that guy Wally, I mean, he may not really have any of the points. He's losing his last one here right now. But he gets a pretty critical catch here, and it's down to 100 HP. Is it going to get away? I don't think it is. Hellpit Abominations are right on its tail here. One more hit. Oh, come on. It could get a heal now. I don't know what kind of magic is in the bank. Oh, it's a Fire Belly. And the Fire Belly is way back here. Not really doing a whole lot right now. Still got a lot of Skaven units running away. I mean, it's a nice catch on a very expensive monster, but is it going to end up mattering? These Hellpit Abominations are going to have to put the entire game on their back here, dude. It's a very, very tall task for the Skaven. I mean, they just don't have anything else in the field, really. Like, all of their bodies are struggling. Like, even into the Noblars. Like, the Pigback Riders are holding up really nicely right now. You get a beautiful Burning Head. And a good retreat, actually avoiding any friendly fire incidents there. It's really nice micro. Mournfang Cav are getting attacked by the Eshin Triads. Eshin Triads really good against Ogre Kingdoms because Ogres, they waffle between super high armor units and units that have, like, no armor, like the Noblars. The Mournfangs have 100, so the 50% from the Weeping Blades takes them down to 45. Definitely hurting right now. Hellpit Abominations are starting to beat up on Golg, but Ogre Bulls get in and kind of buffer the A-Bomb back as we do get a retreat from our boy. Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep doing what they do best, berserking around and trying to find some units to run down. We got some dual weapon bulls in the field. Snowhorn is gone. Golg is really the only thing that can keep the Hellpit Abominations in check. It's mostly Noblars in the field. There is a good chance that the Skaven can win this game, actually. Just unsummon all your beat-up infantry, and then just get Stormvermin Halberds and Clanrat Spears out. Clanrats have full cap weight. Noblars do not, so the cap game is going to favor the Skaven. As long as their Hellpit Abominations are around to beat up on Ogre Bulls and Terror Route stuff, they're in a pretty good spot. And Ikit, he got pummeled early, but without the Snowhorn and Golg to pressure him, he'll be able to just drop Flensing Ruin here and wear everything the Ogres have down. Oh god, it's going to be a filthy, potentially overcast Flensing Ruin here. Yep, upgraded. Ikit doesn't get hit by the miscast either. And Ogre Bulls do also take a lot of damage from Flensing Ruin. It's not just the single entities that struggle. Beautiful shots from the Lead Belchers, hitting those Storm Vermin. We'll get another volley off here before the Storm Vermin get into position, I think. They're on a little bit of an incline, though, so maybe the shots from these Lead Belchers won't be super accurate. You gotta check your LOS on your shooting units. Nice Burning Head. Beautiful one from Skulltaker there. Oh my god, but the value trade. Wally with the A-bombs going ham right now. 1,600 and 1,400. I've never seen somebody bring double A-bomb and actually do something with them. So this is an impressive performance. Esh and Triad should just go over and cap this point. You'll grind down the number 2 eventually. The Flingers are getting quite a bit of value shooting the Abominations, but these things do have regeneration, and yeah, that armor is really weak, but should be just fine for the time being. They have a huge HP pool. It's close to 12. Yeah, it is actually 12,000 at base. A lot of big monsters in this price range, like, don't have nearly as much health as the Hell Pits do. Like, Bloodthirsters have 8,000 something HP. So the Hell Pit Abominations actually having cap weight and really high leadership, and 12,000 is looking real crazy. They were running the Firebelly off the field. So no more burning heads for the Ogre Kingdoms, which is going to hold them back really badly in the late game. I mean, this is a theoretically survivable position for the Ogre Kingdoms because they have such a huge lead on tickets. If they start losing caps here real soon, though, the Ogres are going to be in the absolute pits. Storm Vermin here getting routed, really not getting a lot of value, and we get another Flensing Ruin going down. Golg, though, has been, I will give Skulltaker credit for this, he's been getting a lot of Bugmans off. Like, Golg could have been dead probably 2 times over by now. But the fact that he's actually hanging in is really saving the Ogre Kingdom's bacon right now. Because they got a lot of low leadership units on this roster, and a lot of them would be running otherwise. A-Bomb being buffered by Ogre Bulls and Dual Weapon Bulls. It's helping Abomination. You need to get this Lead Belcher offline. These things have been pretty clutch in the late game. And this Abomination's getting really low, down to 4,200 HP. Nearly heal capped. Still got up to 7,000 health here. Wolfrat's coming in, attacking the Saber Tusks on the flank. Really nice engagement for the Raki here. And Saber Tusks do have Feral Rage, so they're just going to die here. There's no way they're going to be able to survive through the damage they're taking. They rout Rat Ogres, and the Wolf Rats should be able to grab the number 1 now. The number 3 is taken. You've got a little bit of time to work down the number 2, and again, you got to keep in mind, Clan Rats full cap weight, Nobblers don't have any. So all these bulls are actually off the point for the most part. There's a couple of stragglers on the objective, but they're fighting the Hell Pit Abomination. You can see the Terror Route starting to become a real problem. You have multiple units routing back here because of the Hell Pit Abomination. 2,300 value on this one. Still hanging on, tooth and nail, I say, for the Skaven right now. Night Runner's getting a little bit of damage in here. Another Flensing Ruin. Love to see it. Overcast? Probably not. No, just a regular one. Gold got another Bugman's because now he's actually heal capped. Either that or Meat Feast. We got the Ogre Bulls taking on the Hell Pit Abomination. I think it's finally run out of room. Once it drops below 1,200, the Too Horrible to Die is going to proc. Oh, but it gets the heal, but it does break at the same time, so not ideal for the Skaven, but it did pay for itself. It's been doing amazing work. 2,100 on this A-Bomb. Clan Rats and Wolf Rats trying to get this point. You see the cap weight is kind of flipping right now. Only another 50 seconds for the Skaven to work with. I don't know if they're going to be able to get enough on this point to take it. They get the number 1. Wolf Rats are moving over. Rat Ogres are trying to keep stuff off the point and just harass the edges. And you can see that cap weight just barely in the Skaven's favor. They're able to take this point. I think that's going to be GG because they're reinforcing with Warp Grinders about to get on the point. They actually do have full cap weight. It's worth keeping in mind. And Pitfire's Health Deep are trying to move up now to get on this objective. A-Bomb is dropping some routes potentially here in a minute. It's getting after the Ogre Bulls. Ogre Bulls, of course, the right target because they have the cap weight. Lead Belchers are off the point right now. They could be contributing here. It looks like the ogres are repositioning. They're trying to move pigback riders and some units onto the number 1. Look at this abomination actually rallied over here on the number 1. Just to hold this down while the pigback riders are trying to get on it. Clan Rat's moving up. Ikit is running away. Ikit might run off the field too. And a rout right now on Ikit would actually just ruin the odds for the Skaven here. One Hell Pit A-bomb gets killed by the Lead Belchers. So Lead Belcher's the only thing keeping the ogres in the game. It needed to get killed by the abominations. They've been having to fight a lot of ogre bulls, though, so I understand why Wally hasn't really been able to shut this Lead Belcher down. I think it was honestly worth force pathing through with the A-bombs, though, to try and just kill these guys. So these Lead Belchers have done so much in terms of, like, killing Storm Vermin and Clan Rats and keeping a lot of cap weight back. Like, the Skaven are barely hanging on to their points. This number 1 is about to get overwhelmed, and, I mean, 32 seconds is all the Ogre Kingdoms need here. Skaven slaves don't even touch the point. They immediately break and run away. They just have terrible leadership. They're just too vulnerable here. I would avoid Skaven slaves at all costs, honestly. Point blank Deadeye from Golg, and honestly, Skull Taker's maneuvering with Golg has won him this game. Golg has paid for himself just about. He has had a lot of damage dumped into him. He's probably, I mean, he heal caps, so that's another 5,000 HP, give or take, that he's been holding on to and making use of. Wally is going to get a kill on him now, but it's a little too late. Ogre Kingdoms just maneuver out to the side and steal the weak objective away from the Skaven. That triple cap early was so huge, and, you know, big monsters, big performance, not quite enough, though. Coming up just short. And it's okay to stay short here. The dwarves aren't around, so we can get away with it, right? Yeah, forgot to bring any anti-lore. Yeah, the A-bombs, man, they're pretty wicked. What could you bring to deal with those abominations? I mean, just a Man-Eater Great Weapon would be the way to go. I don't know if you need 2 Lead Belchers. I think 1 is plenty against the Skaven. You're beating the Skaven with Ogre Bulls and big monsters anyways, so the extra one I think is overkill. Cut this Lead Belcher and the Mournfang Cav Iron Fist, and get the Man-Eater Great Weapons, and then maybe, like, another Blood Vulture. Or, I don't know, anything else. Let's actually go see what we could fit in. So yeah, 28, 25... Ikit with 23. Everything else for the Skaven, though, is just bad. I mean, really not good value on anything other than these Night Runners. They got 1,200, I guess. That's pretty good. Natty Boobos, I would just never bring weapon teams against Ogre Kingdoms. You're just never going to get to use any of the shooting. I mean, you're going to get bum rushed. Like, too much mass for the Ogre Kingdoms. Skaven don't have enough. Just bring A-bombs, I guess, and try and get 1,000,000 rat ogres out if you can, with just bodies, 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 and hope that you can survive it all. I don't know about wolf rats either. I mean, they did okay here, so maybe you leave them in. It's a tough matchup for the Skaven. That's as close as I've ever seen the Skaven get to beating Ogre Kingdoms, without ogres just, like, massively fumbling the bag. You know, Skull Taker, like, the one thing that you need to be a little bit more careful of is the Snowhorn you used a little too aggressively. Definitely wanted to pull that back earlier than you did. Like, the second the Warp Grinders came out, you really needed to just walk away with this guy. Once he went down, a lot of your momentum just completely dissipated, and that's when the Skaven really counter-pushed you. If you have the Snowhorn, even if it's a little beat up for the late game, I don't think the Skaven even cap a single point. Because you can just have this thing run around and avoid the A-bombs and just tear out all of the cap weight for the Skaven as they try to push any of the other objectives. And then you can just swarm these things with, you know, like a million pigback riders and bulls. Kind of like what you were doing. It'll just be a little bit easier of a game for you with the Snowhorn on the field still. Okay, we got some Wood Elves here against Tzeentch. This is a tough matchup for Wood Elves. One of the tougher ones in the game for them, actually. And it's kind of funny because, you know, you think of Tzeentch as a shooting faction, but you can see what Regis is doing here. This is the optimal build against Wood Elves as Tzeentch. You just go maxed out shields, dude. Silver shields across the board with a Firecaster to just, like, nuke down positions of archers and dryads if you need to. You don't really need to worry about the dryads and Eternal Guard, because your Zangors and Chaos Warriors and Chosen will grind through them just fine. Use the Burning Head on the Glade Guard and Way Watchers and stuff, and it's just uber effective, man. There's just not a lot the Wood Elves can do about it. You can also bring in the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. They do a really nice job in this matchup of just brutalizing Wild Riders because of the magic damage. Oh, and I think this is the Corn Corruption. Maybe this is the regular Chaos Corruption on Crystal Lake, but really cool. I love the Chaos Corruption map variants. They do look pretty stunning. Oh, what's going on? Just completely missed this. What's going on in here? Oh, Zangors. A million Zangors. Screaming through the trees, and the Wild Riders, unfortunately, ran smack dab into them. Luckily, they did get retreated with good timing. So they're doing pretty good. You gotta avoid stuff like this. Like, this is what your opponent wants to do with these Glade Guard lines. They want to send one unit of infantry in to break your shielded stuff, and then they just want to, like, pile on missile fire to kill everything. Now, I will say, though, that Muffin is targeting the wrong unit. Like, yeah, this is not a fight that everybody is going to be able to shoot into, but you just grab 3 of the Glade Guard to fire in here, and enough shots are going to be landing on the now unshielded Zangors to very quickly win this. Wasting a lot of ammo shooting this Zangor. And really, good discipline by Regis. Just leave these guys here, you know? Just make sure that you maintain the cap weight and force your opponent to use just piles and piles of arrows on these guys. Moving up into the Eternal Guard is the wrong play here. It's fine, though. I mean, it's a loss for Tzeentch down here, but they get a little bit of damage going. Actually got really good damage on the Eternal Guard. What is going on here? Friendly fire, maybe? I don't know. Something happened to those Eternal Guard. I think they might have actually gotten friendly fired a little bit by the Glade Guard. Very naughty Wood Elf play there. Not what you're supposed to do, guys. They missed the memo, I guess. Zangors on the other side are pushing in now, and the big problem is that you've used a lot of ammo on the 2 Zangors over here. You got plenty left, but now you gotta shoot down Chaos Warriors, and Chaos Warriors don't just have a silver shield like the Zangors do and barrier. They've also got 100 armor, and most of these Glade Guard variants are gonna struggle to pop through that. The only ones that won't are the Starfire Shafts. Hagbane tips are okay. They have better AP than the regular Glade Guard. Not by that much, though. It's a beautiful Burning Head through the Dryads, by the way. Both Dryads basically on death's bed now. Chaos Sorcerer Lord getting hammered by the bowfire, but still holding up that silver shield, dude. These shields are disgusting. Shield maxing into the Wood Elves is almost always a good call. Don't ever get stuck on single entities against Wood Elves, because this is what happens. Campaign stuff happens. Just push away from this Glade Lord. The Glade Lord you can fight with your Sorcerer Lord. Otherwise, if she's trying to get in on your infantry, it's literally just to give the archers time to shoot. And that's just going to be a huge problem for you. Avoid it at all costs if you can. It's not the end of the world, though. It's one Chaos Warrior. You beat down the Dryads pretty hard, and you've got multiple Chaos Knights in the field now. One over here, another getting a huge surround. It's already killed one Glade Guard, and the other 3 Glade Guard here are going to sleep. And the Wild Riders are busy elsewhere. I mean, right? Like, you're pushed off the points as the Wood Elves. They'd really have to focus all of their Wild Riders back here to even have a chance of killing the Chaos Knights. In Chaos Knights, like I said, with the magic damage, decent charge bonus and everything, they just wreck Wild Riders. Unless they're getting countercharged, and that's going to be a GG. Maybe a little hasty, but the position for the Wood Elves is really bad right now. They've got 3 archers locked down, and 2 of them are completely sandwiched here by the double Chaos Knight. Another one is being attacked. I think these are the Chosen. God, the Tzeentch units look so freaking good. But yeah, I mean, all the bows are getting killed. We got more warriors and like Chosen and whatnot, just like fighting on the points against all the cavalry, and the cavalry are just not going to trade well there. And Race the Frozen Heart here, you know, killing Zangors. They're fighting 2 units, so this can happen if you're not good with your positioning as the Wood Elves. This is a really tough matchup, though. Like, this is one of the few super favorable Tzeentch matchups, in my opinion. Usually, Tzeentch is a little bit on the back foot into a lot of factions, because they just have fairly limited numbers, and they're really micro-intensive. But this is a matchup where they're about evenly matched in terms of numbers, because Wood Elves are pretty pricey too, and then you've just got all the shields and the barriers and good, like, heavy armor Knights and Forsaken, which have huge weapon strength and also have magic attacks. I mean, my god, there are so many counters on the Tzeentch roster for what the Wood Elves do correctly. I mean, all they need is just the magic damage. You know, a lot of the other Chaos factions struggle into the Wood Elves because they don't have the access to magic damage on everything like Tzeentch does. You know, like, Khorne Warriors are fine against Tzeentch, but just because of the lack of magic damage, they can be a little bit ineffective at times. Tzeentch won there, Adler. I mean, they just steamrolled over the Wood Elves. Zotes against Tzeentch? What are Zotes going to do against Tzeentch? I really don't know. I mean, they're not a bad unit, I guess. Flesh to Stone, though, is just not going to do anything for you at all. I don't know. I'd get rid of the Zote. I just think this is just so tough. What can Wood Elves do against Tzeentch? They probably just have to go, like, mass mobility here. I do think a couple Way Watchers isn't a bad way to go. The opener was a little rough for Tzeentch, but they got both of their Chaos Knights onto the Glade Guard line, and the Wild Riders are out of position. And our Wood Elf player just called it immediately from there. And the trading was fairly close, and he still had the Zinch Lord and the Burning Head Cultist, who were very healthy, so there was really no way to adequately threaten all of the remaining Chaos Warriors and Knights in the field. Like, Weight Watchers are expensive, but I think what you do is you probably bring these guys, and then you have, maybe, like, double Branch Wraith with just Melkoths. Maybe the Trickster's Shard as well on them. Branch Wraiths are surprisingly durable. They're not like the best units in the world, but running around together, you can just have them be a little foot hero squad that can like run in and break the shields for Chaos Warriors and whatnot, and then use the Way Watchers to just nuke each in turn. And then you probably just throw up a bunch of Eternal Guard, I guess, and just try and outlast. And Wildwood Rangers here are pretty good, because great against armored units, ITP, stalk, so they can avoid shooting, even though they're fairly weak to shooting units. Not that there were any in that Zinch build, but you get the idea. They're effective. They're not relying on Phys Res, so there's no magic. There's nothing that magic damage is circumventing. Maybe you can bring Earthblood on the Branch Wraiths as well. Just got a lot of different spells that you can bring here. All of them are fairly good. Awakening of the Wood might not even be bad. You can use this just to slow down your opponent's units, because the Awakening of the Wood debuff is 12 seconds. It's 45% of the speed on your units. So even if all you're doing is hitting a Chaos Knight just to slow them down, gives you more time to shoot them. And you drop a Melkoths and get some damage that way. Shield of Thorns isn't a bad spell either. You can maybe even do a Spell Weaver with the Shadows magic as well. But I don't know. I'm not like I play a decent amount of Wood Elves. It's been a while since I've really focused in on them, so I'm not super well versed with what their general game plan is nowadays. Somebody more experienced on them could give you a better idea. I do think this is probably just a little too foreboding for them, generally speaking, though. So you got a Zinch Mirror. I don't know about any mirror matches right now. Let's go see where we're at with bracket. It looks like round 4 is winding down. Now, we've got a few replays from there. Go ahead and just download all these. What's up, Moo? Howdy, howdy. Welcome in. Alright, Chrome, go away. Do not take all of my, don't take all my memory, please. Hold on. There we go. Let's watch some Welsh Lion. Tomb King's Lizards is a pretty good matchup. It's kind of cool to see a new shop to rush. I actually don't hate this against Lizards. These solar engines are actually kind of irritating when you bring the Chosen of the Gods in early, because they do okay damage to the Chosen of the Gods, and the blinded effect just ruins the accuracy on the Chosen of the Gods. I think it's because their missile, it has the airburst like profile. When they're inaccurate and they're not getting the cone centered over a unit, they just can't do any damage at all. And it's actually just a huge pain for the Tomb Kings. So going with the Ushabti Rush is actually a pretty safe bet, because you do run into a lot of Saurus and Skinks, no matter what, so why not just bully the infantry with your rock-solid constructs? No pun intended. What are the constructs made out of? Because it's not just stones, right? I mean, I know that there's the stone shaper, but it's gotta have some, like, magical properties and be something a little bit special, right? What's the... See, they got all this, like, glowing energy on them. I really love the models. The Tomb King's models are very plain and simple, but I think that really accentuates them. Because that really is kind of just their vibe in general. Is just a bunch of, like, undead, otherwise normal-ass dudes coming back to fight against the forces of evil and chaos. Arkan took some damage. Arkan does not want to get shot by solar engines either. I mean, he's got okay armor values, but you can see there, this shots just hurt, dude. They've got plenty of AP to pressure you, and they got a lot of ammo at 20. Solar engines are just crazy efficient. Really, actually not that bad for the lizards. I mean, the chameleon skinks getting hit by skeletons is something that you want to avoid at all costs, but you do get a spear rider in here to grind down the skeleton horsemen. A little bit of a wash from both sides. Lizards holding the cap, I guess, and that's the biggest thing. Tomb Kings are really awful at capping points. They have terrible cap weight. And they've just got skeletons here. So, honestly, the Ushabti are contributing the most cap weight out of all the units on the field right now for the Tomb Kings. Nice Spirit Leech on a Krokgar. Crocky G is on foot, too. Why is he not on his Horn one, man? Krokgar needs to be on the Horn one. That's his best mount, in my opinion. He gets a little bit of extra speed over the cold one, a little more HP. It's slightly bigger as well, so he's got better mass. And he can run around and get in position for Hand of the Gods a little better. I'm surprised he hasn't used that yet. Hand of the Gods on somebody like Arkan will just do wicked, wicked damage to the HP pool. And it's got fire damage applied to it. And Tomb King's characters are weak to fire. 15% weakness to it is something, at least. Shots going down, Arkan getting popped in the face. Skinks getting pushed back pretty hard. They just do not survive any kind of engagement from Ushabti. Ushabti just clears Skinks so efficiently. It's really brutal. Now you got a Tomb Scorpion for some terror, which is nice. I mean, they're not like a great unit, the Tomb Scorpions, but... you know, decent against infantry. It's actually killing Krokgar right now. The one time a Tomb Scorpion finds a thing to do that isn't just running around and terror routing stuff. Good dodge with Arkan there. Really loving that. Welsh Lion, man. That's pretty good stuff. And a nice Spirit Leech that went down on Krokgar too. And look at the Ushabti, man. They're just tearing it up. 2 Ushabti against 1 Cold Wind Spear Rider. You can just stay here and probably grind this down. Trying to run away is just going to give the Cold Wind Spear Riders free value. Just get the Skeleton Spears back over here and you'd be fine. Yeah, Krokgar dies. Arkan gets hit one more time, but he does dodge the second shot. Guess the Tomb Scorpion got the kill. It's got 600 value almost. And the Ushabti have 125 kills. They're running back more Skinks. Cohort of Sotek will be okay here, but really, honestly, I don't know why the Lizard player brought as many Cudgel Saurus as he did. I mean, they're good at clearing out Skeleton Spears, but the Saurus Spears are arguably just as good at it, and they're less vulnerable to Ushabti. So they got the bonus versus large of 16, even though they don't have great AP for the weapon strength. It's still respectable enough to contribute against these guys. Cudgel Saurus just get dominated by Ushopti. And look at the terror routes here. Oh, all 3 skinks breaking. 2 of them just straight up leadership breaks. And now the 3rd as well. Oh my god, this Tomb Scorpion. Just run all of this off the field. You know, I mean, it's 3 really cheap units, but that adds up, man. That's 325 gold each, so almost 1,000 gold. 975. Beat up horsemen can chase all 3 of them off. And you got sneaky snakes coming out. Horses can get over there. These Ushopti are pretty ground down now. You know, undead are pretty durable. You just have them sit together and grind down the spear riders. Spear riders don't have great melee defense, so even though the Ushopti's melee attack is pretty poor, I mean, at least they got AP. They can wear them out when there's enough Ushopti together, and especially if there's a skeleton spear underneath all of it. Pretty safe and reliable. Hattie is hanging on. It's not looking too good, though. The beast magic, I don't know about beast magic against the undead. Honestly, if you want my personal opinion, what you want here is a fire slan that you can just position behind shot blockers depending on the map, or you bring Krokar and the Horned One and you get a Skink Oracle to drop Earthbloods. Because you'd be surprised how effective the Skink Oracle shots are against big constructs. It can actually do some pretty substantial damage to stuff like Ushopti. It's really quite nice. And then you can bring, you know, some Skinks early for some cap weight, backed up by a bunch of Saurus. Arkan gets surrounded here. Gotta be really careful about this. And the Pocket Pot cohort have devastating flankers, so Arkan dying here in record time. He drops a Spirit Leech, either a misclick or he just didn't have enough magic for Buna and just wanted to get something out of Arkan before the end here. Necrotect moves over, does have the Vambrace of the Sun, some nice damage from that Screamy Skull Catapult. Taking out quite a few models in the cohort here. These guys need to get off this fight now, find something else to do. Lizards are just screwed, though. They have nothing left on the field, hardly. Like, all these units back here and the trees are running away, the Saurus Spears. You know, they're tearing the Ushopti down, but the Ushopti here have gotten pretty decent trades. Cohort of Sotek and the Saurus Spears. Not looking too good. Oh, and the Chosen of the Gods are up now. Kill the Pocket Pot cohort. Please do it. You don't need to shoot the solar engines. Like, they're annoying and they're fairly durable, but what are they really going to get done here? They're almost out of ammo. Like, they can put a little bit of damage on the Chosen of the Gods, but that's why you need those shots to get in here and get super cost-effective value right now. That way, once the Bastillodons are out of ammo, you can bring these guys back forward and just finish up the Saurus. And, yeah, good call having the Screamy Skull Catapult, putting some shots in here. And you can see the ammo is swapping over, or the shots are swapping over for the Bastillodons. Starting to shoot at the Chosen of the Gods. You see they get pretty decent damage against single entities oftentimes. That shot going a little high, but still somehow impacting them. Blinding them. Not 100% sure how that's working, but whatever. Very slowly chipping down the Bastillodon. Terror Route. Oh, yeah, the Tomb Scorpion. Oh, and the Necrotect is using the restore, used to restore on the Tomb Scorpion, which is nice. Stone Shaper and Wrath of the Creator buffing it up a little bit. I mean, it's not bad. It's a little bit of extra resilience against shooting with the missile res and armor, so anytime it's nearby, it all adds up at the end of the day. It's not incredible buffs, but respectable ones. Giving it a little more survivability, get those terror routes down on these lizard units. Another sneaky snake. Eyes of the Desert are holding on down here. They are back in stealth. You really want to get like a spear on this point, though, so the Eyes of the Desert have something to sit behind. We'll see how this fight goes. I think the Cold One Spear Riders will win if they do get into contact. Don't take too much damage from this shot. Come on. Come on, snakes. Yeah, pretty nice damage. They take a couple models down. Good HP damage. They do. I forget they have charge reflection, so nothing is breaking that before the Spear Riders get in. It'll be a little closer than you'd like. This is why you really want, you know, Garbo spears underneath all your stuff, but Poland Spear Riders do end up losing out anyways. Nice performance from these Sepulchral Stalkers. Really nice layering to the build. You go rush first, force your opponent to start bringing out all their Spear Riders early. Swarm with Skeleton Horsemen. I missed the Skeleton Horsemen play earlier, but they were all over the place, like running down and getting on the back of fights, causing a lot of problems and dragging down a lot of the Spear Riders. Get some shooting out to wear out some of the other ones. And then you just have your Sepulchral Stalkers spread out on the field and just shoot down whatever remains of them as they come out one at a time. Feral Cold Ones, you can do like a pincer movement here and maybe finish off the Eyes of the Desert with these two guys. The problem is, though, is you don't have enough infantry to take advantage of the bad cap weight for the Tomb Kings. And Kroggar is dying again, and Arkin is the culprit, as he is trotted back out onto the field, throws a downtown Spirit Leech over Kroggar's way, and poor guy. Really not having a good day. Just the way he's laying on the ground. Solar Engines are on the run, too. Pretty decent value out of them. One of them actually paid off, and the other not looking nearly as nice. A little bit of friendly fire from the Screaming Skull Catapult. 800 value out of it. One skink kind of flipping the point here, but then immediately routes away. Leadership penalties, stronger and faster enemies, flanked, frightened, everything convincing these guys that they don't want any of the smoke here. Feral Cold Ones I really like in this matchup, but you just don't want to be in this position where you're forced to summon them out into a unit that is very capable of defending themselves from pressure from these guys. Feral Cold Ones are best at running down a Skeleton Horseman and rear charging stuff like the Eyes of the Desert, because they've got good AP values and a good charge bonus. They have to use these in tandem together. They can't just YOLO right into the front of a Sepulchral Stalker and expect to win. They're also good for back pressure, like Chosen of the Gods, Screaming Skull Catapults, all fairly vulnerable to Feral Cold One dives. I'll just show you what the general rule of thumb for Lizardmen is against Tomb Kings here. Where is he? Slan. Fire. Oh, it's literally on fire right now. That's why I can't find him. Burning Head. Honestly, Flamestorm isn't too bad against Tomb Kings either, because this lasts for ages. It is very disruptive and does a lot of damage. And Tomb Kings don't have a lot of armor, obviously, so the low-ish AP on Flamestorm doesn't really hurt it that much. Aura of Quetzal is okay. I mean, it's a little bit of defensiveness, but you bring Blood Statuette, Banishment, Shield, Kindle Flame, Arcane Conduit, 1700 Gold Lord. These Slain are so cost-effective, man. You just drop Burning Head and laugh at the skeleton spears. I mean, you literally nuke them out of existence in mere moments. It is quite brutal. I would avoid Chameleon Skinks. They're fine against Tomb Kings, but they are just too vulnerable to Skelly Horsemen. So you run Javo Skinks if you want a little bit of poke. A few of these guys here, a couple Saurus, and then you can do your double solar engine. I do really like the double solar engine against Tomb Kings. It's very strong. It's quite a bit of pressure that you can put on your opponent's units that they really are not going to appreciate in the least. Saurus Scarvets in this matchup, not a terrible idea because they can protect your slans from big monsters, but really, honestly, a Feral Carno works pretty good, or Geltblom's Terror, also another decent option for anti-large in melee. Umbral Tide are a little less effective here than you might think. They're still decent, but there are lots of units that can kind of run them down. So you do need to be mindful of protecting them. Colossadon Hunters are too weak to skirmish. They'll just get blasted out of the air by Stalkers, bows, a lot of stuff. And if they get charged down by Skeleton Horsemen, they'll get wrecked through their 45 armor. It's really bad, so I'm just not a huge fan of these guys in general. They can work pretty amazingly, but I don't think Tomb Kings is a super safe bet. You just go, like, maxed out Cold Ones and Spear Riders. Just flood the field with these dudes. And force your opponent to cry. You can just do something like this. I mean, a little bit of vulnerability to the Ushabti Rush if you go this style. The spears you kind of just anchor on at that point. And the Saurus Spears anchor on top of the solar engines. Because your opponent doesn't want to let solar engines fire all game if he can help it. So if you just sit the Saurus Spears on top of these Bastiladons, you give a little bit of buffering, allow them to shoot over the top of your Saurus, and your opponent's going to have to, like, grind through all the HP on these dudes before they can even think about punching through those guys. Sacred Croxagors are pretty good here. Not a bad unit to, like, mix one in of, because they thump pretty hard, good weapon strength, respectable combat stats. If you want to upgrade to the ROR, it's not really ever a bad idea, because Sacred Cohort have perfect vigor and magic damage and the Day's Contact effect. They're just so strong, and they have incredible stats. You know, once you start getting up over the 40s for monstrous units, you're talking about kind of a world-class option. The speed debuff is nice, too. You can use these guys to get constructs, like, stuck in and just wear them down. They're not necessarily an auto-include. I personally just like going for more Saurus Spears, and then mixing in, like, a Razordon or something, and, like, one Chameleon Stalker to go sneak around the back, potentially, and shut down artillery. I love the one random Chameleon Stalker. I've had this unit kill so many artillery pieces for me, playing as lizards. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, the Ripperdactyls do like heals, because they have decent HP pool for only 10 models. They drop models pretty quickly because of the low armor, so like Regrowth and Earthblood are just really, really cost-effective heals for these guys. You don't have to have the heals, though. You bring the fire magic because you just destroy all of the skeletons. Get the skeletons really low so your skinks and all your bodies can just, you know, stick in and grind a little bit better. And then the Spear Riders can get freer engagements against the constructs because your opponent just doesn't have enough bodies underneath their important units like the Stalkers and the Ushabti bows, and just melee Shabti as well. But Bastiladons can just be an annoyance. It's what they're best at. They're almost always going to get their value back. They can also bodyguard for the Slan. Slan are shockingly tough to kill. I mean, they have pretty long cast range, and a lot of their spells, too. Like, 150 meters keeps you pretty far back and away from a lot of the shooting. That's going to be especially threatening to the Slan. Chosen of the Gods are the thing you need to worry about the most. Umbral Tide. Umbral Tide are a good choice here. The only reason I would not bring them is because You can just bring a regular old Razordon, which is a little bit better armored. Not by much, but a little bit. And the Razordons have AP values, which means they shred through the constructs a little bit better. The Umbral Tide can still do really well here. They've got Perfect Vigor and Stalk, which is awesome. There's a lot to like about them, but generally speaking, you just want to punch the Tomb Kings in the face and just not let up the pressure by grinding them down in melee and using your own shooting sparingly and appropriately against the proper targets. Like, Razordon comes in to shoot Sphinx of Uskaf, or a Kemrian War Sphinx. And Spear Riders, like, lock those big constructs down in place while the Razordons shoot it. And then you have, like, Bastillodons, like, hampering the accuracy and melee attack of those units as well. There's a lot that you can do to really mess with what the Tomb Kings do as the Lizardmen. And it's usually just by going as simple as possible. You really don't want to overcomplicate this. It's a very stable build. I mean, you can mix some of this stuff out and mix in what you want. You've got a fairly versatile roster, and a lot of this stuff will work against the Tomb Kings with, you know, good micro. This is just the baseline of what you kind of want against them. You don't have to do solar engines, though. I've seen other strategies work, too. I've even seen the Shredder of Lustria work against the Tomb Kings. That one was a little bit of an outlier, though, because I think it was Inticity who was running that. And he was kind of bullying someone. I don't think it was a particularly experienced player, if my memory serves right. Just thinking fire. I mean, yeah, the Umbral Tide will synergize with Kindle Flame. So they'll get a little bit of a boost there. The Razordons just don't need any extra help, and they are actually a fairly good unit. We've got some Khorne versus Dark Elves. This is a really tough matchup for Khorne. Scourge Runners shut down a lot of your good stuff. I don't know about a Dreadlord on the Dragon. Okay, though. I mean, sure. I mean, good duelist, so not bad. I just prefer Malekith with, if I'm gonna bring a dragon against Khorne, I just bring Malekith as Soul Stealer. You don't even bring Soul Stealer to do that much damage, you just use it for the heal. I mean, really what you try to do as the Dark Elves here is you just try to pull Khorne out of position and just shoot him to death with Scourge Runners and Handbows. Like, this is a good ground, like, the ground portion of this build is very solid. I think this is one of the few matchups where you don't bring Bleak Swords, you bring Dread Spears instead. So you want the Dread Spears available so you can buffer out, Flesh Hounds, Throwing Axes, because Throwing Axes are really good at melee as well. And also, Dread Spear is good against Blood Beast, so nice unit for buffering against the Khornate forces. And Bleak Swords just kind of lose to Marauders anyways, because Marauders have ridiculous melee attack values. Like, these Khorne Marauders are pretty vicious. Not to mention Chaos Warriors. Like, forget about a Bleak Sword being a Chaos Warrior of Khorne. You know, you play the melee faction, you win the melee fights 9 times out of 10, but, you know, you can get kited to death, and the Dark Elves have one of the best kite games in the period. Like, no contest as well. I don't bother with throwing axes early. You want to know what I do as Khorne? I would cut the Blood Beast. I would bring double Skull Cannon. I love double Skull Cannon into factions that have stuff like War Wagons and Scourge Runners. For one, Skull Cannons, their shots actually do a lot of damage to Scourge Runner models. Like, if you hit the Scourge Runners a couple times, you'll start killing the models. And you can also pressure the handbows. Like, the Skull Cannons, obviously anti-infantry shooting and melee attacks. So they're fairly resilient as well, with 110 armor and phys res. It's one of the matchups where the Hellforged Bellowers is just objectively worse than the baseline Skull Cannon. I stand by that statement. I love double Skull Cannon. And then I do bring, like, maxed Blood Beasts in reserve nowadays. This is a matchup where I might mix in 1 Minotaur, but really just going for, like, 3 or 4 Blood Beasts is crazy. I mean, these monkeys are crazy. You crowd the battlefield out with enough of these guys, and you just thump your opponent's mobility into the dirt. So they're fast. I mean, 65 speed is pretty damn good. Especially with how high their weapon strength is. And, like, yeah, they've got a lot of base weapon damage, but you're not talking about your opponent mitigating all that base weapon damage until they're well up over 100 armor. So even Cold One Knights are going to get punched pretty hard by the base valleys. And they have a crazy high charge bonus. They have 55, which is higher than even Cold One Knights, who are honestly one of the better shock, like, cavalry units in the game. Like, good enough that they can even do this. Like, they charge into, like, infantry and get good value by running them down. Fleshhounds against Black Ark Corsairs, not really worth it. The reason why is that your opponent is gonna just start waddling away and shooting you with the bows. These guys also have 80 armor. Fleshhounds, you know, they can do good damage to, like, units with 80 armor. But usually if they outnumber them, Fleshhounds are best at running down Scourge Runner chariots. Like, once your opponent starts running out of ammo, or if they just think they can get away with running through your front line, you have the Fleshhounds, like, behind it to kind of just run in, intercept, and do damage that way. You really don't want to try and play into the Dark Elf lines at all. You basically just go... You go, like, shields, stuff points, skull cannons, so you can get a little bit of value trading in the ranged game and not just lose out horrifically. Bring all your Blood Beasts out, and then you just countercharge all the Cold One Knights and win all the frontline trades, because Marauders and Chaos Warriors will beat everything short of Harganeth Executioners. Even Witch Elves struggle into the Khorne Marauders. It's kind of crazy, in fact. It's just the melee attack on these guys. Like, Witch Elves will beat the Marauders, but the Marauders do enough damage that it's honestly a pretty good trade for Khorne. I like the Raven Heralds. Good call-in. Just to shoot a Skull Taker. Now, the one thing you gotta worry about is Furies, though. I'm a little surprised Panda hasn't brought any Furies out. Furies are always a good call against the Dark Elves. And Furies tend to be just better than Fleshhounds as a harass unit anyways. Bloodwake Berserkers are getting in. This is a little bit of a problem for Jimmy. He's starting to lose ground, and his Scourge Runners are going down now. And Dark Elves actually really need the Scourge Runners for the mid-game, because they need the Chariots to run down Marauders and not have their infantry just get forced into bad trades. One Handbow not looking too good. Hellebroni, the chillest of all Bronis, are doing what they can to hold the line, but they're going to get dominated here. I mean, Bloodwake Berserkers are hard enough. The Chaos Warriors alone could win that fight. They get Wiston's Wild Form, which is kind of cool. It helps them out a little bit. Furies do not need to be here. Bad spot for Furies. They should actually bounce out and get after the Shades. Or really after the Raven Heralds. That way Skull Taker doesn't have to get shot, and he can go after the Shades. But the Blood Beasts, they're gonna probably just annihilate this entire unit of Shades in about 20 seconds. Now, they've already taken half the HP off these guys. This is why Blood Beasts are so funny. Their attack animations are so fast, and they're crazy disruptive. Like, when they charge in, they send entire units just pinballing back into every possible corner of the universe. So, I mean, there's a lot of, like, little hidden stats about the Blood Beasts that, like, I've slowly over time come to really appreciate about them. And has, you know, swung me around to thinking that they're just outright better than Minos. I might be in a vocal minority about that, but You know, like I said, I stand by my statements when I make them. You know, I'm not just throwing them out there willy-nilly, especially about Khorne. I mean, have played God knows how many games with this faction. This is where Khorne gets into trouble. You're overextending. Do not chase handbows unless you have ways to catch them. Your infantry are not quick enough to get these guys. They have 40-foot speed. Cap this point and just sit there. Like, what are the Dark Elves going to do if you cap that point? You also need to chase down Shades. You don't want to leave Shades to rally and start getting value again. Little mistake. The Furies are chasing this caster. Furies are okay at killing casters that have low armor values, but it's not really their cup of tea. Kill the hard counters. Kill the Raven Heralds. Kill the Shades. Ignore the handbows. Handbows are just annoying. Like, they're a good unit and they'll value trade well. If you spend a bunch of time chasing them and over-focusing them, you leave yourself open to charges from Scourge Runners and Dread Knights and Cold One Knights from the flank, and that's going to get you into a lot of trouble. You'll lose a lot of HP that way. Plus, Bloodwake Berserkers, their armor values keep getting nerfed, so they're really not that good at chasing down stuff like this. There's just a lot of effective shots that the handbows can get here. Now, this is the right call. Get the Chaos Warriors in front. Like, okay, they're not going to get more than 189 value. They're going to waste all the ammo on those remaining handbows, though, just about. Caster's going down. Oh, but Skulltaker gets iced. Nice volley of dark arrows. So that's what the tech here was. Raven Heralds finally get shut down. See, this is why the Furies need to get on the Raven Heralds earlier. Oh, God, this breath attack. Ooh, that's rough, man. Monkeys fighting, doing some good damage. What is their mass on Monkey? Monkey has 1500 mass. Monkey has same mass as Minotaur, I think. Minotaurs may have like 16 or 17. It's not that much better. Like, Monkey does just as good. And Monkey is 250 gold less. Mino 1350, Monkey 11. Monkey good, Monkey hurt. Oh, man, this is like the classic, Khorne was winning and now they're losing because their Lord got sniped, they overextended, they got hit by breath attacks from Big Dragon. Their monkeys are running around alone and getting hit by counter units now. They left units to rally and get back in the fight and start value trading again, and they've got too many horsemen. The throwing axes are not good against Dark Elves. I've tried. They suck. They are not good in this matchup. Please. This is one of the few times you leave them at home, and I'm not joking at all. They are genuinely abysmal here. They just lose to way too much. Like, they even get shot to death by handbows, effectively. Khorngors is the right play, though. Khorngors are a really good unit against the Dark Elves. The reason the Khorngors are so good is because Cold One Knights just get absolutely dominated by Khorngors. And these guys are annoying to shoot down. Because they do have they have a good HP pool. And, you know, quite a few models in a very loose formation. They're actually really hard for Scourge Runners to bully. Because they have decent mass. You know, like 130 is not great. But because the formation is very loose, the Scourge Runners, they impact into the Khorngors, but instead of pushing all the way through the unit, they get stuck on the end of the unit, and then they get surrounded by the remaining models and pulled down. So instead of the throwing axes, you bring like 3 or 4 Khorngors, and again, maxed out monkeys and a couple of Furies. And you make do with that in your infantry. And I don't love Skulltaker against Dark Elves. I actually prefer Valkia. Valkia in kite matchups is just better, generally speaking, because of Demon Shield. She can duel big dragons and use Demon Shield. If she gets netted by whatever unholy means your opponent might have, you can pop Demon Shield and survive a round of shooting. She's a small target, so she's kind of hard to shoot. She's flying, so she doesn't have to worry about Cold One Knights surrounding her unless you blunder her into them. Arbel's not a bad option for this matchup either, actually. I do sometimes use him here. Again, though, another thing about Valkia is she's got Sleipnir, and Sleipnir like one-shots Blackheart Corsair Handbows and Dark Shards. Even like the Hellebroni and the Coldwind Knights, if they're bunched up like this, can take a lot of damage from Sleipnir. You only get 2 uses of it, but 2 uses of Sleipnir can get you like 1,000 value on the upper end of them. It's a very powerful item. And Valkia is one of the best duelists in the game. Like, she will actually pummel a Dreadlord if you play around her Demon Shield. The one worry you need to be keeping in mind with Valkia is Doombolt can chunk her pretty badly if you let it hit her. She's fairly resilient to spells, but not invincible. She's only got 5,600 HP. She's a little bit cheaper than Skulltaker. Skulltaker can like hard carry a game, but against factions that just have oodles and oodles of like kite play and anti-large stuff, you're probably never gonna find good fights with him because your opponent is just gonna run away all the time. You know, he's a little too slow to actually force an engagement. Valkia is fast enough in the sky to force a fight. Skulltaker is not on the ground. Even if he might be a better lord on average, I think that here, Valkia is always going to be a slightly stronger option. Bloodbeast did good. I'll show you what I bring. We'll make it really easy. I don't bring this every time I play Dark Elves. I do try and swap my builds up enough so that I can keep people guessing. Another lord that's pretty good is actually the Herald. So the thing that differentiates the Herald is Tormentor's Sword. And he's 450 gold cheaper than Skulltaker with his items. You can net something, and in 9 seconds you can kill it with Khorne. Trust me. This is plenty of time for Tormentor's Sword to work. Because you can then roadblock the unit that gets netted with like Furies and stuff. You can do some really wicked stuff with the Herald. That guy's pretty micro-intensive though. Valkia is a little bit easier if you just want to play with somebody who's very solid and dependable. Sleipnir for the damage, and doot. 2 or 3 Chaos Warriors of Khorne, usually good. I actually like mixing in a Halberd every now and then. They're vulnerable to a lot of the Dark Elves poke. But the thing is that's like repeater crossbows and shades and stuff like that, who are pretty vulnerable to like the Furies and everything. And the Chaos Warrior Halberds are very safe to drive your Skull Cannons back to, because they have higher leadership by a fair margin than Khorngors. So they're a little less likely to lose their frenzy if a dragon lands on them, and they can hang in there with the ITP and really chunk back against the dragons. Fairly reliable option there. I honestly don't mind starting with a Fury in my build. I like it for the flexibility of being able to use it to very quickly get a decisive win if my opponent blunders with anything. And you do a Khorngor and like another Marauder. This is like a perfectly solid front line. You got a Khorngor here to like sit behind some of your Chaos Warriors, or honestly behind your Marauders, and dissuade Scourge Runners from trying to charge them. Khorngors, they can't countercharge. The bonus isn't great, but it's something. They can get in and they can drag down maybe some Scourge Runners that might have pushed too far through the Marauders. Skull Cannons can also countercharge Scourge Runners. They've got good stats in melee with the weapon strength. They don't hit super often against the Scourge Runners, but Scourge Runners have low enough melee defense that you can semi-reliably hit them. See, they've got 23 melee defense here. Just a couple of random attacks from the 325 weapon strength can start taking models down. Like I said, you can shoot with the missile and start grinding them down that way as well. It takes time, though. You gotta get used to Skull Cannons. They are very much a... They're a tricky unit to get acclimated to. I'll just get Max Blood Beast, man. Like, monkey good. Monkey so strong, why worry about anything else? I honestly like regular Wrathmongers over the Bloodwake Berserkers a lot now. Like, 250 gold is actually a pretty nice premium to pay if you need the armor sundering magic damage and flamey attacks. You don't really need any of those against Dark Elves. Like, really, you bring, like, regular Wrathmonger's stats are strong enough to just be an atrociously difficult unit to grind through. You just kind of throw them in here, as is, and their AP values are good enough to, you know, cause problems for most anything that tries to get in on them. Couple more Corn Gores, like a Fury. Maybe cut one Blood Beast. And get another Fury. You know what? Get a Minotaur in there. You know, like, spend a little bit of that money. Why not? This is a build that'll work pretty good against Dark Elves. I honestly don't bring Wrathmongers that much. You can mix in, like, 2 Bloodletters. Like, more infantry is going to work pretty well, and Bloodletters trade good against all the infantry that the Dark Elves have, even Witch Elves. Might think that Bloodletters would falter against them, but they do have Physres against the Witch Elves, and they have way more HP, so... it's like Glass Cannon against Glass Cannon, except one has some, like, steel frame reinforcement around it, you know? And that would be the Bloodletters. They're just slightly more survivable. And another nice thing about Bloodletters... they can beat up on Coldwind Knights. If Coldwind Knights get, like, around a Bloodletter and they stick around for a little too long, you'd be surprised how quickly these guys can really chew them up with the weapon strength they have. It's really not bad. Nah, it's like 60-40 in favor of the Dark Elves. It's a tough matchup, and you have to play really well to win. I don't think it's unwinnable. Like, it's waffled back and forth, and a really good Dark Elf player is going to give you an absolute pain of a time. But it's a very doable one. I'm just having them drop semis and finals so that we can watch it after the fact. I don't want to deal with any lagging, and it's just sad. I don't want to see it. Or rather, we get an uninterrupted viewing experience. So we've got Chorf's Norska, some more Zinch, Dark Elves Ogres. That's not a matchup I'm tremendously familiar with. Although, from what I've heard, it's decent for the Dark Elves. Tomb King's Dark Elves, Ogre Zinch. Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. Meat is going to drive me absolutely crazy with all these autosaves. Just do it. If you don't want to bother typing out nice, neat names, you can just do what I do and just smash your keyboard and get a replay goop. Because if you just leave it as autosave, then obviously every time I want to put this in, it just wants to overwrite one another. I think it's really annoying trying to keep track of them all. It'll save as like autosave 4, but if like more than one person is doing this, then it's impossible to tell which autosave 4 is what. So then the game just like, it's like, oh, you want to overwrite? It's not a big deal. It's just one thing. You got blocked from semis. I'm sorry to hear it, dude. I mean, you were playing pretty good in the game that we watched earlier. Maybe another time, though. Let's watch some Chorfs versus Nurgle. And Nurgle's not bad into the Chorfs. For a lot of the Chaos factions, the Chowie are a real pain. I really don't know what it is about Nurgle that allows them to do so well into the Chowie. I guess it's because they have like no real fire damage, so they don't have to worry about that resistance from the Chowie. They have plenty of access to magic damage, so they get around the Phys Res pretty effectively. And they've got some really strong characters. I mean, Kha'Zix is an absolute nightmare, dude. Like, even though the Chowie have a lot of damage to hit through the regen, get the extra damage. I mean, he's got 20% ward save, some missile resist. It kind of nullifies that weakness. And he does have Sword of Filth, which can be very devastating against certain factions that like to fight together. And Chowie, they can throw a lot of units into a blob oftentimes and want to grind you down just by keeping stuff together. Like, Kadai especially want to fight on top of Chowie warriors. And this Sword of Filth lowers armor and melee defense, which is like kind of the selling point of both of these units, right? Like, Chowie are a grindy faction, and that does kind of work around the ability to grind. You know, it puts Nurgle in the otherwise unlikely position of having better, like, melee attack than you do melee defense. Beautiful bullying with the throwing axes here. You know the nice thing about the Nurgle throwing axes for the skirmish game? It's not just the shield. That's nice, but the fact that they apply poison, it's impossible to catch these guys. I mean, the 15% debuff means that they can run down all kinds of like, various opposing options while also staying fairly safe. They've got the extra HP, as all Nurgle units do. There's a lot that they just get right. So many little things make them the best pure skirmishing throwing axe in the game. Marauders get the number 1. Number 3 is held by Nurgle, and they're grabbing the number 2 now. The Hobgoblins kind of skirted past these dudes. A little bit of a whiff on the Burning Head. Burning Head against Nurgle is okay. Honestly, I don't know if I'd be bringing it, to be honest. I think Metal Magic would be better, or Death Magic. Death Magic just to Spirit Leech down the heroes. Like, yeah, you gotta deal with a lot of heals on Nurgle if they bring the Nurgle Magic, you know, with the Lore passive and Fleshy Abundance, but there's still heal caps, and you can get a lot of mileage out of Spirit Leech, man. It's very hard to survive through it all. You can just drop it on Kha'Zix endlessly. Eventually you'll wear him down. Fireball coming out. This is not going to do much of anything to Kha'Zix. I gotta eat my words. 500 damage? Dang. What? I guess it's only 70 armor. I mean, it's got a little bit of AP. Maybe it was Overcast. Is that an Overcast Fireball? I don't know. I still think Fireball needs a buff. But whatever. I mean, okay, Kha'Zix loses a little bit of HP. Not bad. Nothing incredible, though. He's still going to heal through it. Fairly efficient on the WOM cost if it was the undercasted variant. Otherwise, mid. Kadai Fireborn, need to be careful. You don't want to let the throwing axes hit these guys. Kadai Fireborn are just abominable if they keep getting chunked by throwing axes and the like. Because it completely circumvents Blazing Body. And you really want this to get charged up on Kadai, if not for the first time that they're out on the field, at the very least for the second time they come out. Because that Fizz Res and the melee damage reflection especially just means that they are impossible to deal with in any kind of reasonable time. Ooh, there we go. A demo rocket for Kha'Zix isn't a bad idea. Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to bring death magic against Nurgle, I really like the demo rocket option. You can see that bonus versus large at 500. Get out of here, Kha'Zix. Go home, buddy. He's going to get absolutely pounded here. Fate of Unit, do not ever do this. This is such a waste. Fate of Unit is not good against 16 models. It even says on the tooltip, like, seriously, you know, there have been times in the past where CA was lying about the actual efficacy of spells against certain things. Like, Spirit Leech used to just be the best spell in the game because it would always kill models, even on, like, infantry, but they have done a very good job over time of, like, actually lining up the spells to be in line with what they say they do. Fate of Buna does not work against anything that doesn't have 25 models or more. It's most effective against units with 32 entities in a unit. Excellent against cavalry. Well, I mean, you would one-shot a Hobgoblin Wolf Raider, actually. Not that it'd be super effective, because they're not, like, the most expensive thing in the world. You know, for what the Chowie are bringing in terms of ineffective magic, just because they might run into armor with Burning Head, and Fireball not really doing that much damage. Death magic here is way worse. You should always bring the Nurgle magic, because Stream of Corruption demolishes armored units. It is filthy strong against Chowie warriors. I mean, it just completely single-handedly counters the entire front line of the Chowie. You just Stream of Corruption endlessly, kill all the Chowie warriors, use Curse of the Leper if your units get caught by like a Wolf Raider or a Bull Centaur render, and watch those units just melt. In Miasma, Pestilence is really good against the big monsters that they like to bring. And you can kind of... Nurgle is one of the few factions that can kind of ignore trains. Like, they definitely do hurt the infantry, but because you have such effective spells in your baseline lore magic, with a little bit of passive healing, and you've got good throwing axes too, you can just say goodnight. Like, the death magic is, unironically, the worst thing about this Nurgle build. Everything else is fine. Just get rid of the death magic. It's not terrible. There's matchups where it is pretty good for Nurgle. I don't think this is one where it's really going to shine. Demo Rocket firing up. And who's it trying to hit? Oh, the Sorcerer Lord. Oh, no, it's Kha'Zix. Yeah, Kha'Zix's getting hard countered by this thing right now. And yeah, look at this. This is smart. I mean, the Furies come out and you just immediately retreat with your Wolf Raiders, and now you got 3 of these guys around. You've got 3 that can actually put pressure on the Furies as they're hovering. Although it looks like they might be on fire at will. Uh-oh. Don't get jumped on, guys. Furies auto-win against the Wolf Raider bows if they just get a clean land on them. Hobgoblin Wolf Raider Spears, the melee variant, I mean, they also lose, but they do have a good charge bonus, so if they actually get a flank charge on Furies, they just crush them. Yeah, Burning Heads. Ooh, that Burning Head just broke leadership on quite a few units and has got these guys wavering. Pretty painful. Deathshriek rockets coming in now. Marauders, the Grey Weapons are hanging out up here. Pesties are coming out onto the field. Pesties very weak to Burning Head. Maybe the fire magic is the right call against Nurgle. Because if you need to kill the warriors, you've got Deathstreak rockets and Iron Demons. Like, duh. Why would you bother bringing anything magic-wise to have to deal with those guys when you've got such good units that you can throw out. I'm coming around on this Fire Mage. I think this is the right call. Because it's also just fire damage against a faction that has lots of passive healing. You know? You're expecting Stream of Corruption anyways. You're expecting Children of Nurgle to be going off. Just applying fire damage to the entire army that might get hit by Burning Head is good as anything, right? You see those Wolf Raider bows getting run off the field. The Furies just got a clean dive on them and just chew them up and break their leadership so fast, man. Hobgoblins are very flimsy on the leadership. You gotta babysit these units so hard. Muffin is the lead right now. Despite all the damage he's taken, I've been really tough on him, I think. I'm not trying to be. I just do think that this Nurgle build has a few more inefficiencies than anything the Chaos Tower are doing, and Meat is really punishing effectively with his units. I mean, look at the leadership breaking on these units, man. I mean, over and over again. Marauders, Pestigores, everything running for their lives as the fire magic is just hammering them with the burnt contact effect. And the fire sorcerer flying around in the sky just doesn't even care about there being a hero squad. Like, what is Kasich really going to do here? I mean, you could, like, YOLO charge him into the backline to try and get after the Deathstreak rocket, but there's no trains for him to attack. Like, it's a fairly cheap, Chaos Dowie army. And because there's no, Streams of Corruption, there's nothing to punish the Chowie warriors. You're trying to use your, Great Weapon Infantry to get after them, but because of Burning Head, they just keep getting roasted. And then the Deathstreak rocket is just slowly chipping down all the characters. It's honestly a pretty clean build for Meat Not Included. He's like built he's built a very balanced build that has like one answer for everything at the bare minimum. And I generally tend to agree that that's the best way to go about building your armies. Like, you can win with skewed builds. It happens all the time, but just for me personally, I like feeling like my build is a toolkit, and I've always got a new tool that I can reach into my tool bag for once my opponent throws out, like, another unit. I don't ever like feeling that there's just something that I have to avoid, you know? Meat. He's got fire glaives for shooting, shoot down characters, blast some big monsters. He's got demolition rocket for, like, pretty much anything. You know, the Rot Knights are not the best thing to shoot with the demo rocket, because 32 models and you're only killing one at a time with the demo. But he's got the Death Shriek, part of that as well, that can counter the armored infantry that can't be killed by Burning Head. Burning Head right here would just end the game. Like, legitimately, an Overcast Burning Head ends it right here. Kill everything. Come on, I want to see it. Oh, please, give it to me, baby. Another thing is that Kasich is just, like, constantly stuck in all the infantry. And the Lamasu can actually, kind of bully the, Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Like, Chaos Sorcerer Lords are, like, decent little duelists, but on the Lamasu, I mean, this thing's got fairly defensive stats, and the Robbies doesn't have good melee attack, which is the problem with it. So this Sorcerer Prophet Lord just sits near him and shuts the magic down with Sorcerer's Miasma. And doesn't have to worry about just, like, losing horrifically unless Kasich somehow finds his way into the fight. And look, Kasich, he's trying his best, man, but he's only got 400 value, and he's expensive with his toolkit, so it's rough. It's going to be a long grind, but I think Meat is in a fairly decent winning position now. Just needs to find a way to get rid of these Pestigores. He's killed the Rot Knights, Fire Glaives, and some Hobgoblin Wolf Raider bows, just blasting those things off the field. Furies try to get in. They're good against Fire Glaives. The Corn Furies just outright hard counter Infernal Guard Fire Glaives. The Nurgle variant, not so much, because they don't have quite as good a melee attack. And really good rear charge with the Wolf Raider Spears. That's exactly how you use these guys. You just keep them in reserve, charge down Furies, clear. run them out. Fireglaves get back open. Blast whatever is in front of them, really. I mean, they're even decent against infantry. Whiff against Kasich. The Lamasu character should probably just run him off the field. It looks like he's going to try and get back up in the air, though. This Burning Head, a few of the Burning Heads have been a little bit off. This one's doing okay, though. It clips these 2 Pestigors. Does nice damage to one of them. The other might even break here, although it looks like they're going to survive the leadership debuff. Sorcerer Prophet breaks, but we've got a really nice Bull Centaur Render on the field now. Not perfect against infantry, but the Fireglaves, they're going to get some good damage in here. You can swap the Demo Rocket back over to the Death Shriek to start pounding down some of this infantry. You can see a really nice round of defense here. Wolf Raider bows get on the flank and start shooting into the back of the Pestigors, and the Chaos Dwarf Warriors retreat to the back of the point to give more room for their bow cav to work with. And they hold on to the objective with the cap weight together. Bull Centaur Renders don't want to fight Pestigors, but, I mean, I guess you gotta, or they're gonna rush your Fireglaves down. Cutthroats coming in, Frolickers, Bubonic, not really the best thing to fight. This is just, you know, Nurgle is hanging in here, man. There's still a chance that Muffin wins this game. He's a little bit behind on the objectives, but he's got a double cap, and that's really all he needs to hold. Oh, but now his Sorcerer Lord is getting targeted by the Death Shriek rocket, and it's got 5 more shots. It'll kill this guy before he's able to out-heal that damage, because he takes extra damage because of the Crown of Everlasting Conquest. He does not have ward save like Kasich does either. So he's just taking the raw extra 20% damage on a missile that's hitting him for, I mean, close to 800 damage with each shot. So 1,000 HP off this guy if he gets hit by this rocket. Oh my god, please give me the money shot. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Oh, man. It's just a raw 800. You know, I guess there is a little bit of base weapon damage here that's not getting all the way through. The bonus versus large of 500 is splitting between the AP and the base amount, so it's a little bit of leeway, so he's not taking a full 1,000, but you can see it's pretty serious. Actually, rocket gets blocked by the cavalry here. It does have pretty poor pen values, so running him around with the horseman might actually be how you avoid the demo rocket shot. His leadership randomly breaks, though. The Wolf Raiders are running through him, and he's actually routing now, and he takes another parting shot from the Death Shriek rocket. Now it's going to break for real, and he might get killed by the next rocket. It's going to be really close. 2,800 value Death Shriek rocket. I mean, this is why you can't just leave him unattended. I don't know how that one missed and the last one hit, but he's lucky to be alive. Kasich is down to nothing. And you do get a really nice recontest here. You just got a bunch of Wolf Raiders and Kadai Fireborn coming in. You know, the thing is that Meat has been able to save up a lot of supplies. Muffin continuously summoning stuff out, and it's been less and less effective as time has gone on. Like, the Pestigors are just flailing against all these units, and the value trades with the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, man, I mean... Look, they were struggling for a bit, but in the late game, if there's multiple Fireglaves on a nice little overlook to just blast away with their muskets, there's nothing scarier to see. They have an absurd amount of ammo. Most units have about 20-something ammo. These guys have 30 in the bank. They will literally come out and shoot the entire game if you let them. Nurgle's trying to go for the number 1, but you can see the cap situation is just not good enough. I mean, he needs to hold all 3 points, and he's about to lose the number 3 because he just can't hold it with the Horsemen. There's just too much coming in here. I'm actually really liking the inclusion of the Hobgoblin Cutthroats now. I'm starting to see the method to the madness of Meat's builds. Like, okay, Cutthroat's not that good, but, I mean, they're 400 gold in full cap weight, so why wouldn't you throw them up, right? Especially in a late-game situation like this. Instead of the slow waddling of the Chowie warriors, you get something up there a little bit quicker with the 35 speed as opposed to 28 of the Chaos Dwarves. Every little bit helps, right? I mean, why not? Ooh, the Chowie, man, it's close, but they hold on to that triple cap just long enough to just kind of ice this game out, so... You can see, they're going to lose the number 1, but it's too late. Muffins lost the opportunity to win on a single cap. Really beautifully played. I mean, stupendously attrition-based gameplay here. Both sides just wire to wire on everything, including the caps. I mean, you'd be forgiven for thinking this was a finals game. It's just the final round of the tournament. Oh, God, dude. Lovely stuff. Good value on the horsemen. Despite them getting beaten up pretty bad, they still did pretty fine. Some of these Pestigors did really well. Plague Ogres never came in. Rot Knights. I would not bring Rot Knights. Even the ROR variant I would avoid here. The regeneration just leaves them too vulnerable. And the lack of a shield, too. Like, Rot Knights don't have a shield. The lack of that makes them way too vulnerable to Fireglaive shooting. They will just get shot to bits. I actually think this is, Plague Ogre Central. Because they're fairly cheap. They're pretty safe from Flames of Asgore as well. Yeah, I mean, 2 Plague Ogres should be able to provide you plenty of anti-large. The only, like, drawback is they're a little slow compared to the Rot Knights, but good positioning with them will get you into just as nice of a spot. Got more HP at base, too. And ITP. Rot Knights do not have ITP, so they can get terror-ratted, which is really stupid, honestly. Rotting Riders can't, but again, the regeneration makes them a little vulnerable. You know, these guys just don't have that great of armor, but, and they don't have a passive heal. They don't take any extra damage. They accept healing pretty nicely, especially the lore passive of Nurgle, which you really want to bring here. Like, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord is a good choice. Just want to Stream of Corruption and Miasma of Pestilence, and, just make sure that you're staying behind some, like, pillars whenever he's not coming out to cast magic, so that the, Deathstreak Rocket can't hit him. And keep him away from Bale Tauruses. If Bale Taurus is coming near you, you just run back to the Plague Ogres. Otherwise, you just kind of run this and you just live your best life. I do think Fleshy Abundance is okay against Chaos Dowie. You can take some pretty big damage on some units. You can drop this sometimes. There's a lot of random fire damage rolling around, though, so... Maybe you just go Stream of Corruption, Miasma, Curse of the Leper. This spell kit here is just so good. I mean, like, these 3 spells alone have... are an answer for just about everything. Like, the only thing you lack with this spell kit is the ability to snipe characters. And Rancid Visitations is really good for sniping, you know, casters and whatnot, but against the Chaos Dowie, you know, they do have Chalice of Blood and Darkness. It's been nerfed a lot, but Chalice does still provide a pretty chunky heal, and these Flying Lords can just hover above you and get it procced whenever you try to cast, so I don't know, man. Like, if you go really hard into the overcasted Rancids, maybe you're able to nuke those guys down. I don't think it's really a worthwhile play when your cheaper spells are arguably better or just as good. I did like the Nurgle build. I just think with better magic, it probably just outright wins. I'd be curious to see the Barons of the Bog in this matchup too, because they're a very high mass unit, and they do pretty good damage to infantry, so they can kind of hop in and just, like, steamroll over some stuff, maybe. I've seen a few people do Frogtide. It was actually fairly common once upon a time. I haven't seen it much as of late, but it's like a billion Nurglings and a unending horde of Plague Toads is actually kind of scary to run into. I've seen some pretty gnarly stuff happen in the past from it. Like, you can do like 2 Pestigors as well. Or go even heavier on the Toads. Kind of goofy. Let's see about the semis and the finals. Perfect. So let's get them both in here. Dwarves, Ancient, Dark Elves, Lizards. Alright, guys. Yeah, Stream of Corruption Ragnarok, goated. Absolutely disgusting how strong it is. And Stream of Corruption is one of the spells that the Overcast version, I mean, it's not that much better than the regular casted version. But each of them in turn has a time and place to be using them. It's very safe to cast. And it does a wicked amount of extra damage, and for a very, very cost-effective price point, too. For the Dark Elves, we got a Death Sorceress, Fate of Buna, Spirit Leech, so just trying to, you know, Spirit Leech down, like Krokgar, really the Skink Priest of Heavens wouldn't be a bad choice. It's got Wind Blast and Chain Lightning. I don't know about... well, no, I don't... Actually, hold on. Actually, is Chain Lightning the way to go? I was going to say Uranins. That does have a long wind-up time. I actually think Chain Lightning is the right call. So it lasts a long time. It does a ton of damage. All AP. Not that that's super important against the Dark Elves. You drop it on the back of like a Cold One Knight, you can do some pretty horrific stuff to them. Nice early shots from the Salamander Hunting Pack. And here's the problem with Scourge Runners in this matchup, man. Like, these Salamanders are vicious. They will keep you dead honest. And Solar Engine. Solar Engine is shooting handbows. Again, I don't like wasting time with handbows. Like, they're an annoying unit. They're just trying to distract you from shooting the Scourgies and the repeater crossbows. Like, the way you deal with the handbows is just force them to use all their ammo and then fight you in melee. Like, they'll get their value back, but they're not going to get much more. They're not like Shades, where if the Shades use all their ammo, they're going to just dumpster your units. Like, the handbows will probably have about 500, 600 value when they're all said and done. They cost 750. Like, these units are quite expensive. You know, but there's a time and place for diving expensive units, and they're just so good on the move and hard to lock down in full that I don't think chasing them is worth it. Like, you can chase and dive Dark Shards pretty easy, because they're slow, they have low armor values, they don't fire while they're moving. There's, like, nothing to really worry about in terms of getting on top of them. Except for units countercharging you, of course. Chain Lightning goes down, not really worth it. I mean, you're destroying your Cohort Javelin in exchange for a Bleak Sword. They're like the same price point. This chain lightning has absolutely destroyed everything here. Oh, God. Yeah, 64, I'm not buying it, buddy. You got about 100 dead skinks on your hand. You know, I hope the great plan finds a way to forgive you. You know? You'll pay for your crimes. Krokgar getting hit by a Spirit Leech. She's been getting Spirit Leech down pretty badly. He did drop a Hand of the Gods earlier and actually hit the Scourge Runners pretty hard. They're still alive. You can see they're rotating all the way around the battlefield, and another Salamander hunting pack comes out. Crows of Cain are diving on one of the hunting packs. Umbral Tide could just stay in here, and then you have your Skinks collapse from the other side. You might actually be able to kill the Crows of Cain here. I mean, people underestimate how resilient the Umbral Tide can be. Like, their stats are not amazing, but if they get a little bit of assistance, they can survive long enough for an engagement against the Crows of Cain to wear off and end up in a decent enough position. Just be nice to get a Feral Cold One out to, like, run them off of the Salamanders here. You know, value trading is looking fairly even here. Jimmy is kind of rallying from the early game fumbles, and he's starting to get some pushback. He's punishing pretty decently in the middle here. He hasn't capped this up, but the Coldwind Spear Riders have been getting bullied really badly so far. A lot of that is just to do with their engaging onto bad targets. Like, stop chasing these handbows, man. You're just getting your anti-large cavalry killed. And these Coldwind Spear Riders don't need to be moving up. Like, really what Zucker could do here to make this easy on himself is just summon the Spear Riders in and just keep them in reserve, man. Just have all your Skinks just hard push the points. Like, if Skinks are getting killed by the Dark Elves, so what? They're 325 gold, and you can drag your opponent's much more expensive infantry in and punish them with some Chain Lightnings, given the opportunity. Again, I do think Uranans would be a good call to have. Like, these Skink Priests are dirt cheap. Like, you can mix in Uranans for 100 gold and be happy. Nice Wind Blast. Because Uranus is just really cheap and does a good job of, like, thumping, like, positions of infantry. It kills models really nice, too. Get a lot of value that way. Nice Fate of Buna. I mean, Fate of Buna, again, exceptionally strong against these 32 model-type units. You can see those guys were a little beat up, and it literally just eliminates the remainder of the unit. There's two of the Umbral Tide are walking off the field now. I think Jimmy is getting back into a winning position. It's going to be tough. Ooh, the Raven Heralds. Oh, God. Brutal, brutal business. Salamander Hunting Pack just wrecking the Raven Heralds up here. Krokgar is not doing a whole lot. His Hand of the Gods has been a little mediocre. Oh, my God. Not again. This is why... See, this is what I was a little worried about. I thought maybe it would be okay, but... Save the Chain Lightnings for stuff like this, where, like, Krokgar is surrounded and the Cold One Knights, or something you need to hit with a Chain Lightning to clear them real quick. You're getting good shots from your Salamander Hunting Packs, but I don't know. You can also use Uranans to, like, hit these Dark Shards who are way in the back line, because Uranans has 300 meter cast range. Like, you can be on the other side of the map and still hit stuff with it, so... It's dirt cheap, too. It's got a long wind-up time, and your opponent's probably going to dodge a few, but just a few Uranans will get you some pretty tasty value for this guy. You don't have to swing for the fences with Chain Lightning every time, you know. More Skinks on the way in, and Red-Crested Skinks will trade pretty well into the Black Ark Corsairs. We just need a way to shut down the Dark Shards. If the Dark Shards get taken offline... They're one of the units that's trading really nicely for Jimmy, whereas everything else has been fairly mediocre. It definitely helped the Lizards pretty tremendously. And these Feral Cold Ones, man, I mean, I keep seeing stuff getting trapped on the Sorceress. Just ignore the single entities. Kill the range tools, control the Cold Knight play, and then worry about the Dark Elf Lords. So Dark Elves typically go pretty cheap for their Lord options. Like the High Beastmaster here, he's like 950 gold with Tormentor's Sword and Whiplash. He does not cost anything worth overcommitting into sniping him. And the Sorceress, she's similarly about 800 gold on her little horsey, with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech and Life Leeching. Another target that's really not worth investing too much into. If you value trade down the missiles for the Dark Elves, and they have to grind in melee, and they start losing their infantry, and the Cold One Knights can't maneuver effectively, that's where you get the dubs against them. Kroggar's running away. You know, Kroggar is fine. I just think that this is a matchup where he's not going to be that great. Slan are a little vulnerable. I think, though, what you can do is diversify. Honestly, Oxyotl might be a good choice here, because Oxyotl has, I think it's called, like, Master Predator, or, Master Camouflage, or something like that. It makes him, stalked, unspottable, and gives him snipe. And, Oxyotl is decently long range. He can, like, follow and screen the High Beastmaster and just kind of poke these characters. And that would be a good use of your time, because Oxyotl's pretty cheap. And then you can bring, Skink Priests. So that if your opponent goes with, like, Doombolt, you've got a character in Oxyotl that's hard to spot and not really going to be under any danger of getting hit by Doombolt. Also hard to Spirit Leech, while also being able to counterfire these guys. And just totally zoning out any expensive stuff that the Dark Elves might have. And you can also shoot Scourge Runners. And he's got a little item, the Golden Blowpipes of Petui, I think is literally how it's pronounced. And that can do pretty good damage to stuff like the Repeater Crossbows. I'd be interested to see Oxyotl in this matchup. Yeah, the Dark Elves are just winning because the Dark Shards just farmed a million value. You cannot let Dark Shards get shots off like this. Too much emphasis on diving the handbows as well. Like, look, this handbow is beat to hell. It's got 1,000 value. And I would be willing to bet that Zucker probably lost about 2,000 value just trying to chase these guys down. Like, a unit up trading 250 gold, yeah, that's, like, okay, but I promise you, the up trade from the Dark Shards, who got 1,500 value here, is way worse. Because these guys are 650. They're even cheaper than the handbows are. Plus, they've still got ammo. Like, they can continue to contribute in. And probably get another... If it were a big enough target, they could probably get 1,000 value just getting the last 4 volleys off on it. Maybe even more. I mean, they just thump so freaking hard. It hurts. It hurts to watch Dark Shards just chunk everything down. This is a tough... Stop doing it, computer. Please. I hate Windows. Anyways. You can hear me. The Dark Elves are just a really tough matchup for the Lizardmen, because Skinks are a little bit inefficient against Bleak Swords. You bring anything too heavy to try and fight Bleak Swords, and then you get countered by all the shooting with the handbows and the Dark Shards. It's rough. You're gonna have to give me a minute after this game, guys, because I'm gonna go absolutely feral if I have to listen to the Windows notifications. I turn them off every time I start my computer, and then they get turned back on when I restart it. And I cannot find any setting to force Windows to keep the notifications off. They're so obnoxious. They're driving me bonkers. It's been really bad since a few updates ago. Like, it wasn't a problem, and then they put out, like, their most recent update, and ever since then, it's just been consistent issues with it constantly pinging me as, hey, you connected a device. Hey, did you know this device is connected? Just wanted to let you know your device is connected. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Cold Wind Knights, killing skinks. Dark Elves just have the full triple cap, and there's nothing lizards can do to force lizards, or to force skinks up onto these points, man. Like, you can run all the skinks on here that you want, but they're gonna get shot to death before they even get there. Like, you're seeing it time and again now. Rip. You know, for a minute there, I thought Zucker was gonna start to figure it out and really take the Dark Elves down a notch, but Jimmy, to his credit, man, he saw what wasn't working. He just rotated his Scourge Runners away from the Salamanders. Same with the Beastmaster. He just kept dropping those Spirit Leeches, wearing down Krotgar. And the Dark Shards. 1,600, 1,800. Handbows. 1,200 and 1,000. Respectable. Definitely good. But this other handbow came back out at the end, and that's where it was starting to get some more value. It probably got 200 on that last life, so 1,000 on each of those guys. Not nearly as bad as the stupendous value that the Dark Shards have. Just ignore handbows, please, guys. I used to make the mistake all the time of trying to chase these guys down. They're way too obnoxious to lock down. Not worth it. It's like chasing Way Watchers for the Wood Elves, but arguably even worse, because these guys are not nearly as high impact as even a Way Watcher is. Scourges were okay. One Cold Wind Knight got 2,000 value, making up for the lackluster performance of the others. Corsairs were fine. Bleak Swords were fine. Halabroni were doing whatever. Coruscant got 1,100. Raven Heralds was 700. Inefficient, but decent enough trade, all things considered. And the repeater crossbows, they came in twice, and they got shot up pretty badly the first time, I know. Second time around, they were fine. Let me deal with this nonsense with the notifications. Alright. Okay. Here we go. The lizard units didn't do bad. It's just these skinks were getting flattened in the mid to late game. And the Cold Wind Riders for the lizards were not working. The dives were just too aggressive with them. You just stay back as Zucker here and just defend your Salamanders. And you'll box the Dark Elves back. And, you know, Salamanders are not bad against infantry. Especially lightly armored infantry. They can counterfire those. I would just prefer to see a different set of spells. Uranins. Bring it. The Wind Blast, Chain Lightning are cute. You nuked a lot of your own skinks, though, with those Chain Lightnings. I saw 2 different instances of destroying entire units of skinks with it. It was not the right call. It kind of backfired on you. What else? Oh yeah, let's talk about the... We're gonna get into the other semis game real quick here, but just to talk about options for lords. Nah, Mazda Mundi probably not. I mean, you can bring like a Metal Caster maybe, or yeah, Master Predator is what I'm talking about. Giving them the snipe means that he's invisible even while he's firing, so nobody is finding Oxyotl when he's set up like that. And he gets extra range. He's just a little bit slower, so his range goes up to 240-ish something. Which is enough to hit the Scourgies from behind the front line. So what's the Scourge Runner's range? Like 110 or something? Oh my god, 150? Oof. I always forget how far out these guys can reach you. I'm thinking of the Cold One Chariots. They're 125. Regardless, though, I mean, you're about even on the range. You can still poke them if they get too close. You know, Oxyotl is really not that expensive. You can cut the items. Just go Master Predator with them. You can also use the Bastillodon. The Bastillodons were shooting the, some like the handbows and stuff. I think you'd rather counterfire the Scourge Runner Chariots for the most part. It's also not a bad idea to think about maybe trying to get some healing into this army. Like, you can bring Mazda on his, chair. Just Apo, Net, and that's it. Like, Roiling Skies, just in case, for the passive. Banishment and Ruination of Cities is pretty good damage. Sunburst Standard, I mean, you can kind of cut that, because Missile Res is fine, melee defense is fine. Your opponent's not going to be engaging in melee around Mazda all that much. They're probably going to try and be blasting him with the missiles, and he'll get boxed out, so keep him nice and cheap. He's got a lot of HP, so Doombolt's going to have a hard time killing him. He can always heal himself through it. Shield of the Old Ones is really good utility. He's got Greater Arcane Conduit, so his magic is extra strong. Net Amatok is a really good disruption tool, and with all those Salamander hunting packs, you can just focus fire anything that gets netted. Cold One Knights, the handbows that you were trying so hard to dive, Zucker, you can just net them. If they get too close, boom, easy peasy, nice and squeezy, dead by a million Salamanders. And, yeah, I would like to see, like, a couple Saurus. I think, like, 2 Saurus Spears are almost always a good choice for a Lizard army. They're just super reliable. They're durable, ton of HP, decent all-around stats, good anti-large bonus for Cold One Knights in the late game. They hold up against Bleak Swords pretty well. Like, Bleak Swords don't have a great time trying to grind through Saurus. Yeah, it's just something to think about. There's a few ways you can go about that matchup. It's pretty tough, though. Lizards just don't like running into Dark Elves. Dark Elves just have a lot of good anti-large shooting, good kite game, and, you know, it's one of the areas where Lizards are a very well-balanced faction. They can lose out if a faction is just better than them at something that they are trying to do also. Let's see what our other semis game is. And let's watch a nice little finals game after that. So Meat's rocking in here. He's bringing a Infernal Guard Fire Swarm. Oh, no, what is it? Infernal Iron Sworn. Yeah, Infernal Iron Sworn, okay. The Infernal Guard of the Step Down. These guys have blasting charges. These things hurt, man. The blasting charges on the Infernal Ironsworn used to be even more powerful. They could actually just chunk down single entities because of how strong they were. They're still good. They do a lot less damage than they used to, but they will still chunk through the HP on something like a Zangor or a Marauder especially. But they can even knock out a lot of the HP on a Chaos Warrior.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Death Shrieker getting in position. Sour Guts are hiding at the back of the map for now. Sneaky Gits are just going to go face check them, it looks like. And yeah, Wolf Raiders just win the skirmish games so hard against javelins. Like, Marauder Horsemasters, normally a very solid option. Against the Chowie, though, they struggle pretty mightily. I like this Village the Curseling, Acold, and Exalted Hero decision. I mean, it's a lot of cap weight that's fairly safe. Like, Deathstreak, you're not going to do much damage to the foot characters. You can slowly wear them down, but it's missing out on the bonus versus large, which is really where most of the damage on those things comes from to begin with. Brutal, brutal shots there. Wolf Raider Bow's doing a great job of keeping these guys honest. Village is dropping down the Paragon of Change. Barriers are getting replenished, Acold's running around, and what do you do here as Zinch right now? Just keep a razor-sharp eye out for the Deathstreak rocket launcher and dodge its shots as it's trying to kill your infantry. And don't... Oh, God, dude. Yeah, see, Flamestorm's pretty good, guys. I'm telling you. Like, my God. Bye-bye, Zangor. Half the HP off these guys. If it hadn't been for their barrier, they'd be dead outright. They're very lucky to be functional here still. Wolf Raider Bows can get some shots in here, though. Astrogoth just eating damage and not really caring about it. They don't have enough AP to get through his 130 armor. He's doing just fine right now. He can even close ground on the Marauder Horsemen if he wanted to here. Foot characters are doing some business, looking like they want to get up in and go fisticuffs, but they're going to pull back. I don't know what happened to the Shrieking Sky Rays, by the way. They've lost so much of their HP, and there's... What, maybe the Wolf Raider Bows got a shot off on them? Maybe. More counter-skirmishing coming in. Really good control from Meat. He just is so skilled with the retreats on his Wolf Raider Bow Cav. It just is not letting them get caught. Until right now. Nice little counter charge from the Zinch Horsemen. They are a little bit better in melee combat than the Wolf Raider Bows, but these guys are doing a pretty good job of staying apace. Keeping the Zinch Horsemen's hands off of them. Yeah, Kadai Fireborn coming up is going to hurt pretty bad. And the Fireglaves here getting nicely set up and just wailing on the Cynagors right now with a really solid volley. Chaos Warriors get hit pretty hard. Acold and the Hero Squad getting after the Infernal Ironsworn. Good call. Just trying to lock them down and keep them from using their blasting charges. I just don't get what hit the Sky Rays. I mean, did the Deathstreak, like, take two models out and they just land on something really stupidly? I have no idea. Cynagor's dead already. Amazing stuff. I mean, the Fireglaves blasted them on the way in. And they do have a charge defense versus large. You can't just face charge them. They will actually hold up really nicely. And while they don't have great melee attack and a pretty low bonus versus large, I mean, Cynagors have awful melee defense, so really bad call sending him in like that. Beautiful Zinch's Gateway here. I mean, one uber elite unit served up on a silver platter for Village right there. He just takes them down to nothing. Infernal Gateway is a really fun spell. It is so strong. Pretty hilarious to watch Village just delete these guys in one fell swoop. Furies are just hanging in here, doing nothing. Honestly, they're better served coming back and, like, trying to rear charge Chaos Dowie Warriors, or going after the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Truth be told, Mr. Fly, probably what you do, I mean, just bring out more shields. Like, just bring more Zangors out and keep your horsemen back and just force your opponent to shoot through all the shielded stuff. Like, there's nothing for you to dive. Infernal Guard Fireglaves are covered too well by the Wolf Raider Bows. your horsemen, when they're trying to get in and scrap with the wolf raiders, they're just getting outshot. I mean, it's pretty lopsided in favor of the Chowie warriors. Your hero squad can just lock down this number 2 objective, and you just move all your infantry over to the number 1 and just hang out over here. And if your opponent wants to then, like, move in, you can bring up your Sour Guts to this side of the rock formation and be a little safer from, like, shooting and chip away at some stuff. Like, maybe force your opponent to overextend. You bring the save up and bring the Changebringers in with a whole bunch of reinforcements and get in. And you can keep dropping these Infernal Gateways. They've done a lot of work for Mr. Fly. It's just a bit of a shame that I think he's kind of overthought this one and outplayed himself. He keeps positioning units as if he's going to do something, and then nothing ever happens. And then the Chowie just have like a localized advantage everywhere they're going, because Meat is just split pushing way better. He's doing a very good job of wearing down all of these Tzeentchian units. And nobody has had a good answer for the Deathstreak rocket launchers. I mean, they've just bedeviled everybody so far. I do really like the Infernal Gateway, but you could maybe stand to bring... Actually, never mind. You don't need to bring anything to answer that. I'd actually really like to see an Exalted Flamer. I think people pass up on the Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch too much. I mean, it's definitely vulnerable to the Death Shriek, but you just stay out of its range. You just use it to, like, sit back here and just help hold the number 1 objective. You spend all your time, like, dodging shots with your infantry, because here's the thing about this Death Shriek shot. The anti-infantry variant does not track, so the second it comes out of the barrel, you just start moving out of the way, and it's going to miss your infantry. It's very easy to dodge. The demo rocket, not so much. Not really a whole lot you can do to get away from that, but you can see it's taking out the Changebringers so slowly. They're still getting off quite a few shots here and getting some good value. Now the Fireglaives, though, get a volley off and immediately take out a majority of their HP that they have remaining. Ouch, man. Senegors have been struggling pretty badly. They got one good charge here, taking down some of the sneaky gets, but then Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, they get a little bit of revenge here, charging into them. They're just going to uptrade so much nicer here than the Senegors are. It's kind of hard to fight the Chaos Dowie. People really do tend to bring Iron Demons and focus on them as the main staple of, like, the builds for the Chaos Dwarves. When you run into these more, like, gunline and skirmisher-centric builds for the Chowie, they can really throw you for a loop, because you think you've got all the right answers, and then you need completely different ones, because your opponent has just decided to go a completely different direction with their army build. And it can be really frustrating to deal with. So, I mean, there's really no shame for Mr. Fly here. I think that he had a lot of things that were working nicely. I think if he refocuses his priority on summons by just bringing out more infantry and more bodies, and then summoning up his Centigors for when the main engagement happens and they have a little more room to maneuver, maybe, he can win this one. I'm also not so sold on the multiple skirmisher horsemen. I think they're better in reserve. Out the gate, I think you're just walking yourself into problems, like what we saw here with all the Wolf Raider bows just massively out-trading the Javelin cavalry. You know, the Fireglaves here, man, they got hammered pretty hard by the Infernal Gateways, but this one got 2,800 value, and we've got 1,300 over here. And yeah, they've only got 34 and 23 models left. That's still a decent amount of firepower. And these guys fire quick enough and have enough, like, weapon strength on the missiles to really hammer down foot characters like Village, and they're so accurate. It's one of the nicest things about the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. They just don't miss shots. Against just about everything, they will hit with a maximum amount of accuracy for a minimum amount of input. Chowie Warrior great weapons walking up. You know, of all the, Dowie great weapons are pretty terrible. Chowie great weapons have just enough melee attack and weapon strength to make them work as a unit. They're not great, but they're okay. And if they had run into the Chaos Warriors, they would have definitely helped the Kadai trade even better. Really, it just comes down to more effective split pushing. Like, every time Mr. Fly was getting, every time Mr. Fly was getting in position to, like, push, either into a line of, like, Chowie Warriors or onto another objective, Meat was just moving away and overwhelming him on another point, getting rid of his scattered units, and then doing a really good job of concentrating in the late game to just roundly defeat him on his remaining objective, which is the middle here with the hero squad. He did exactly what you want to do against these foot characters. He just ignored them in the early game. He ate the damage that Village could throw out. You know, Akol didn't get to grind like he normally wants to and carry in the late game, and then the mobility fights were just so massively in the favor of the Chaos Dowie because of the good Hobgoblin Wolf Raider play. The bows were utilized perfectly. The melee guys, they all got some pretty good value. The Kadai were all really solid, not quite paying for themselves in a couple of instances here, but respectable enough that, you know, they kept the Chaos Dowie in position to get their Fire Guard, or the Fire Glaives, up onto the little hills there to just blast everything into smithereens. Because, I mean, look at this, 3,200, 1,500. The Bow Cavalry, I mean, honestly a little ineffective in terms of the pure value, but because of the way that they were popping the shields on these Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, and then forcing overextends out of the Centaurs, and just providing a lot of utility by being present in various positions to muck up the works for Tzeentch, I think they had a pretty outsized impact despite the low value totals. And Astrogoth got 2,000 in his own right, which is awesome. You know, he's really not that expensive, very reliable, and, you know, trusty. He's got a good HP pool, hard to deal with, fast, and a good lore magic to boot. Rocket Launcher got 1,600. Not as much as we saw against Nurgle, but 1,600 is nice. It's really damn nice. Alright, let's get the finals done. I'm probably going to end stream after the finals. And I think I'll maybe have some time tomorrow to do some more games. Maybe playing a tournament or something. We'll see about it. Yeah, we got we got some Doomfire Warlocks here. I did think that maybe there was a chance they could be good here. Oh my god, triple Infernal Guard Fireglaves for the opener. And here's another thing Meat has done. He's done a great job mixing his builds up. He has not brought the same thing in any one of the games we've watched. He's brought similar builds. He's got like a core of units that he really likes, but he's mixing and matching his openers and his reinforcements to synergize very nicely. And we'll see if that continues here. I'm really liking this starting build. It's a little vulnerable to the Medusas, but yeah, let's go. Alright, anyways. So the thing that the Chaos Dowie need to be a little careful of is two things. Dark Shards cannot get in range of the Fireglaves, because, you know, shields against unshielded, AP against, you know, a not armored up unit that's, you know, way cheaper. It'll be a massive uptrade for Jimmy if he's able to get the Dark Shards into position on the Medusas. Excuse me. And the Medusas can do a pretty good job of clearing the Chaos Dowie Warriors. What you don't want to do is use the Medusas to rush up early and start trying to get shots on the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, because they're slightly outranged. Oh, wow, and Fireball. Whoa. A massive chunk of damage there. Doombolt, though, giving it back in return. Sorcerer Prophet takes a decent chunk of change there. And also gets a lot of those Chaos Dowie warriors killed. Very unfortunate. I think that was the Wand of Corydon, in fact. Or, no, she doesn't have it. I don't know why you wouldn't bring the wand. Oh, there it is. It is on here. She just brought... Oh, okay. She brought Soul Stealer and Melkoth. Morathi can also bring Doombolt. I would honestly go double Doombolt here. Just to, like, max punish Lords, potentially, and go for the snipe attempts. Because Chaos Dowie Lords are really expensive. Even on the Lamasu, which is a little cheaper than the Bale Taurus. This guy is over 2,000 gold, and that's hard to save up, so... Might be nice to try and throw out. Doomfire Warlocks coming in against the Hobgoblins. With the Crows of Cain here, they should be able to just take that engagement. No problem. Beautiful Burning Head and absolutely disgusting blasting charge volley from the Blazing Beards. I would save the next volley, actually. And just work to hit these Bleak Swords. Although retreating is not a bad idea either, because the Bolt Fiends are there. They can definitely pop through the Silver Shields nicely. See, they're taking some pretty significant debuffs because of the Shield Breaker. Morathi getting punched up pretty badly by the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire there. Respectable duelist. Morathi is not the tankiest lord in the world. She's got a pretty low HP pool. Decent enough stats, and she does have some really nice debuffs with Enchanting Beauty and Heartrender and the Dark Sword. Doomfire Warlocks are struggling here, actually. Man, oh man. Because the Wolf Raiders got onto the back of them, I think. Ugh, yikes. I really don't like to see that. And the Crows of Cain are doing the flying bug. They're not laning in combat, and the Wolf Raiders just get away with murder there. Another Burning Head is about to come down, and this time it's just directly on the back of the Bolt Fiends. A little bit of an unfortunate rotation. It only hits the Bolt Fiends and doesn't get great damage on them, but they are a little bit less healthy than they were earlier. And now we got a Death Shriek coming in to help chip them down some more. First shot misses. The Blazing Beards of Basharat finish the other Dark Shard, which is a little too close to the front line. And Blazing Beards have 500 value just from their blasting charge volleys. It's a 950 gold unit. They're well on their way to paying for themselves, though. Good dodge from Jimmy there again. Meat, though, has the value lead. And, yeah, these Medusas are struggling. They are not doing much of anything at all. They just keep getting pushed farther and farther back by the Fireglaves. Fireglaves are crowding the space out on the flank over here so well. Doombolt's going to hurt the Sorcerer Prophet. Is it going to also collateral the Fireglaves? No, because he's not landed. So, pretty nice. Doomfire Warlock's dead and gone. Dreadspear's pushing up. I'm shocked at how badly they got brutalized by the Hobgoblins. But that's the thing, right? Hobgoblins have this little Cowardly Despoilers ability, which buffs their weapon strength up by quite a bit when they get on the rear of a unit, or on the flank even. It's like, it's Devastating Flanker at home. And Devastating Flanker is absolutely filthy, so, gotta look out for it. So, yeah, Soul Stealer comes down, but we do get a heal from Chalice at the very least, so Sorcerer Prophet's in the danger zone. But, you know, Morathi is really not doing a whole lot. Outside of her little magic casting that she's been doing, it's not been that efficient. Dude, this Fireball usage has been disgustingly strong against the Medusas. And the Medusas also have just been getting bullied by the Fireglaves. Fireglaves have thrown down some pretty serious damage this game. And one of them's gotten bullied, but the other has been fairly well left alone and has gotten 1,700 over here. The other one over here, 1,200, doing real nicely. Both Medusas are down. Dark Shards are pretty much fully offline. This is what I was telling people. The way you beat the Dark Elves, man, you shut down their shooting and you just slowly grind down their anti-infantry answers and pummel the cheap infantry that they bring with like their bleak swords and dread spears, and they run out of room to maneuver with the Cold One Knights eventually. And like the Cold One Knights get a nice little charge off here, but they've got all these Wolf Raiders that are running around the battlefield they need to worry about. And these Melkoths, they're pretty effective against these little guys. It's, you know, decent value. But they're 500 gold. You know, they're very easy to replace for the Chaos Dwarves. All of the Druchii options that they've been bringing out are a little bit more highly specialized and a little bit more vulnerable to meet subsequent summons. He's done a great job of using the Chaos Dowie Warriors to soak up a majority of the damage while leaving his real meat and potato damage dealers free to just get in a position to carry the game here. Like, the pushes into the back line have been very ineffectual from the Dark Elves. They have pushed back some Harpies a couple of times that have been shut down really effectively. The Fireglaves are shooting up the Raven Heralds now. We got a fireball into Morathi, which is actually kind of hilarious. Like, of all of the Dark Elf Lords, she really is one of the more vulnerable to the damage from Fireball. I mean, it's not good against armor, but she's only got 40. There's not a lot of mitigation there. Cold One Knights do kill another little Hobgoblin. And Bull Centaur Renders coming in, get hit by Word of Pain, but the Slaanesh's Harvesters losing their magic attacks because of the Sorceress Miasma, and there's just so many guns shooting at them. Like, even though a lot of this damage is being nullified by the Fizzres, there's just so many units on top of them that they are struggling to maintain their battlefield position here and uptrade. Because they're scrapping against a pretty decent unit here in the Bull Centaur Renders. These guys have a big bonus versus large. Even though they lost all their melee attack, they still have 37 melee defense. And Slaanesh's Harvesters, you know, I mean, they hit pretty hard, but the HP on the Bull Centaur Renders, combined with the fact that they're not able to fully surround the Bull Centaurs, and a lot of those Slaanesh's Harvesters are just blobbed up onto the front of the unit, with all the shooting going off on the flanks of these guys. A little bit sad looking. And the Raven Heralds didn't have any trains to shoot at, and massively outranged again by Infernal Guard here. And now Morathi is going to die. She's going to get blasted out of the air here. She's got about 10 more seconds before she's gone. If even that, she might just die outright here. Lamasu with a nice little swipe there. Morathi plummets to the ground. Malekith's going to be very angry. He's going to have some fighting words to exchange with this Chowie caster. Wow, and Darkshard's getting run over by the Wolf Raiders. Dude, Meat just showed up all business today. And he took 0 prisoners with these builds, man. 3,000 value, 2,400 value. Where's the other Infernal Guard? I think it got unsummoned. It probably had close to 1,500. It was doing pretty good. And what do we have on the Blazing Beards? Blazing Beards paying for themselves. You love to see your melee infantry getting that value. Can be a little hard for a lot of factions, especially factions that, you know, are not Khorne. Like, Khorne's melee infantry are all very cost-effective, but for factions like the Chowie, oftentimes, their melee troops are looking a little lackluster at the end of the games, you know. Chaos Dowie Warrior is one of them in question, but Blazing Beards are just so solid with those blasting charges. And the frenzy they have just buffs up that melee attack into a nice range where, combined with the melee defense, they're honestly pretty impossible to engage on safely. well worth the premium that you pay on them. They're like 350 gold more than a standard Chowie warrior. And every last drop of that cost is well worth it. Not meaning to slurp there. Both Centaur renders haven't done amazingly, but 1376 is not terrible. It's respectable. Oh, the other Infernal Guard Fireglaive. Really only getting to the 700 range. But, I mean, the other two, man. I mean, I don't think we're crying over spilt milk here. It took so much to get rid of one Fireglaive that the other two were able to get almost triple their value. Kadai rushing in and bullying some of these Dread Spears, and I do like having the Wolf Raiders here. I mean, it's just a little bit of that extra damage buffering on the Kadai, which allows them to start building a Blazing Body a little bit safer. And then the Wolf Raiders, being as beat up as they are, they're going to run off the field really fast, so you don't even mind them routing here and potentially just running all the way to the edge of the map. Because, you know, they're speedy, they're quick. They're not going to be hanging around on the battlefield waddling off like your infantry would be. Infantry, when they get beat up, you want to unsummon them. Mobile units like Wolf Raiders, sometimes it's worth keeping the low health ones around just to rush in and be a little bit of damage buffering like we saw here for the Kadai. Probably saved them a good 500 HP. And means that they have a little bit more to effectively build up that Blazing Body to get the melee reflection. Because this melee reflection, once it gets up to about half, is absolutely dastardly. It causes a lot of problems for clearing the Kadai off the field, because even if you get a Cold One Spear Rider, or a Cold One Knight, rather, the Spear Riders of the Lizardman variant, you get a Cold One Knight on top of the Kadai Fireborn in the open field. If they have their melee reflection up to about 12, they'll take a good 30% of the Cold One Knight HP away. Just by getting killed, and that's not even counting the amount of damage they give out in return. By losing a fight, they will take half the HP off of a 1,000 gold unit, and that is invisible value oftentimes on the Kadai. It's not very accurately reflected by the value bars in-game, or even on their own damage dealt values. Druk here in just the unenviable position of having to deep dive the Chaos Dwarves, who are just fully entrenched on the battlefield. I mean, and the spacing is so nice. Like, Meat came in here, and he knew exactly where he wanted his Fireglaves by the end game, and he got them there. He's got one here, another one was, like, out in the middle here, and, you know, beat to hell and back, but for all the value that they managed to squeeze out despite being beat up, what more can you want out of a unit than double the value that you put into them? You know, they're 1,200. I got 27, more than half, more than double their cost back. This one nearly tripled their value. Chowie Warriors were respectable. The Sneaky Gets were good, and 3150 on the Sorcerer Prophet. I'm going to have to take my words back on Fireball. I was talking about it being bad, but dude, Meat brought it in here, and he was cleaning house on these Medusas. That was a sick, nasty mix-up. Throwing in a spell people don't game plan for. Nobody is planning around Fireball. I promise you that. And he just had it every single game, and while this was probably the first one where it got, like, respectable value, just keeping it in the back pocket just in case and staying disciplined and not just cutting it for no reason, knowing that he was going to find a time for it to be uber effective. Amazing. Brilliant stuff. Yeah, dude, I love it. I mean, that was some masterful Chaos Dowie play today. there's ways to use Medusas against fire glaives. It's just so hard with the fire magic also being here to counter your dark shards. I respect the decision, and against other, more standard Chaos Dowie builds where they try to bring, trains and stuff, the Medusas would have been really good, because the Medusas are very, strong against Iron Demons, because they're about the same speed, I believe. Yeah, 58 here. Could have just done this the other way around, but whatever. Yeah, and the Iron Demons are 60 speed. You don't see Hellbound on these things, so they never have perfect vigor. They get tired pretty fast. The Medusas can, like, chase those around and keep them in check and still be able to stop and shoot pretty frequently. I mean, how are you going to know that your opponent was just going to go, like, triple Infernal Guard Fireglaive against you, man? And then the Fireball caster on top of that to really just, like, hammer it home. Oof. And I really like the Lamasu choice. You know, people just run Bale Tauruses as a rule of thumb, but I really do think these Lamasus are sneaky strong. I mean, you've got Bound ability of the Withering and Enfeebling Foe, which are not like the most amazing spells in the world, but Withering lasts 40 seconds, and it's a leadership and armor debuff. Those two things go hand in hand really nicely, because that's extra damage no matter how you slice it. Armor is one of the best stats in the entire game. Anytime you're lowering armor, even if it's on a unit that only has 40, like, you don't want to use it on a Bleak Sword, but if you have to, it still makes it so that they're not buffering out any damage whatsoever. And there's a lot of targets on the Dark Elves who struggle when they start losing 30 armor or more. Cold One Knights, Corsairs especially. I mean, Corsair Handbows getting hit by that Withering and taking a Fireglaive volley, or just getting hit by some Wolf Raider Bowcav even. Wolf Raider Bowcav with the Withering chunking down the armor to 50, which is absolutely annihilate the Handbows here. And that was the first time we didn't see Meat bring the triple Bowcav. And I think he didn't bring them because he was expecting Scourge Runners, probably. And, you know, Fireglaves, man. I mean, they got about the same range as those Scourge Runners. And one volley from a Fireglaive, Scourge Runners go night-night. So, I think he honestly, unintentionally kind of countered the Medusas. Like, he obviously, you know, had some designs and plans for them. But I think the Fireglaves are mostly there just in case they're the Scourge Runners. Just as a really easy, simple counter. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But it's just fun to see, man. I think just a mass Dark Shard line could have maybe worked out there. Just like a million Bleak Swords going like stupidly wide against Chaos Dwarves. I think Reaper Bolt Throwers might even be a good choice against them, because Reaper Bolt Throwers can do good damage to Iron Demons. There was a guy I used to play with a while back who played Dark Elves, and he would do the Reaper Bolt Throwers into Chowie. And these things can take an Iron Demon down pretty effectively, and also shoot your Fireglaves from super long distance with the multi-shot round, and do pretty good work against them. Okay, that's what I thought. They were for the Fireglaves for Scourge Runners, right? Scourge Runners are really good at shutting down the demons as well. But they do lose really hard into the Fireglaves. So there's like a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors going on here. You know, both factions have pretty good counters for what the other does, but you can't bring all of the counters. So you're kind of trying to figure out where your opponent's tendencies are, and figuring out ways to nullify the advantages they might have based on what you think they're going to bring. Cool. And, I mean, Fireglaves will shut down handbows. It's probably one of the few matchups where the Black Orc Corsair handbows are kind of bad. And you know what? Maybe that's a telltale sign that this is a bad matchup for the Dark Elves. Because when Dark Elves can't just mass skirmish you to death, and they have to play a little bit more earnestly into you, and they can get out-traded at range, it's not good. No bueno for them. They really hate it. It can get pretty ugly pretty fast. I think maybe like one Harganeth Executioner can be okay here. You know, ITP. If you see trains, you just don't bring it out. If you don't see a train though, and you can trot these guys into combat, then you know they can do some rip running and roaring. I mean, they're a pretty respectable unit. You know, there's a Dark Elf player named Pont who is, for a long time, was in the new player tournaments. I haven't seen around lately. I think he's been graduated on. He plays Dark Elves all the time, and he plays very off-meta builds. He loves triple Harganeth Executioners. And I've actually seen him very consistently uptrade with these guys. They're a really respectable unit. I don't know about Blackguard and Nagarond. But yeah, just like one mixed up Harganeth can be a nice little tool to throw out and frustrate your opponent, perhaps. I don't know what you do with the Doomfires. I really thought they might be good in this matchup. They did kind of get run down into a bunch of Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. You just gotta be careful not to leave them outnumbered. Like, you know, a couple Doomfires with, you know, a couple Dark Riders and lots of Cold One Knights is usually all the backup you need in the mobile game. The Crows of Cain are an alright unit, but I think they're a little bit of a trap. Not that strong. Like, Crow Feast is a good heal, but they have a very low HP pool. They start dropping models pretty fast, and then Crow Feast really loses its efficiency. And the Raven Heralds are cute, but they're a really short-range unit, and, I don't know, they just tend to fall apart in my experience. They're like a weapon team, but worse. They don't fire that fast. Like 11.5 seconds is a pretty good reload time for a missile unit, but their missiles are not that much stronger than the Dark Rider repeater crossbows, and they got way fewer models. If your opponent has any kind of ability to outrange them or bring their own high DPS aerial units, either in melee or at range, they're not going to do anything. This is like a niche unit that I don't think you should be bringing on a very regular basis. Like, I think you could get these guys to work against Chowie if you know that your opponent is not going to be bringing a bunch of Fireglaves. And that's really about the only situation I can see them working. Raven Heralds might work against stuff like, I think Khorne is a decent matchup for the Raven Heralds. You just have to really protect them from Furies, which can be kind of tough. Before Chimeras came out, they were good against Beastmen. Warriors of Chaos isn't bad for Raven Heralds. Greenskins, Raven Heralds can work against them. Not a lot of flyers here. I mean, certainly can get outranged by the Orc Air Boys, but can play around their range okay. Like I said, Chaos Dowey, if your opponent just doesn't bring Fireglaves and you know they're not going to bring them. Lizardmen might be okay. Although Lizardmen do have Ripperdactyls. Yeah, I mean, a single Ripperdactyl getting on top of the Raven Heralds will just kill them, so never mind. Plus, you gotta worry about a feared Tic-Tac-Toe. Not Skaven. Maybe Nurgle. It's a little bit like the Khorne matchup where you're just trying to stay away from Furies and that's about it. They can shoot the Angels of Decay and do some good damage to them. So yeah, maybe Nurgle is one of the forbidden Raven Herald matchups. The flimsiness is the big problem. There's just so many factions that have like either a really fast flyer that can shut them down quickly or outrange them with shooting. Or has magic that will just tear them apart. Not to mention factions like Skaven, which, you know, not only have like super long-range missiles, but also have spells that immobilize units like the Raven Heralds in the air. Some units just aren't very good in multiplayer. It's a bit of a shame. It would be nice if everything was good all the time, but, you know, mixing those units in as a, just off-the-cuff, like, counter-pick type of thing can, work out in your favor sometimes. You know, I would go so far as to say, while there is a meta in Domination, there's a meta in every multiplayer game, the ability to mix and match is as good as you're ever going to find in a game with this many factions and this expansive of a, like, roster system. There's almost... How many units do y'all think there is? I can't even begin to count how many unique units are in this game. It's getting up there with 24 factions and all of these factions having fairly distinct units. Like, even the Furies are kind of their own distinct variants. Like, yeah, they all kind of do the same thing. But they do each have, like, slightly different outcomes in terms of performance because of the, changes between them. Like, the Khorne Furies are just, you know, absolute menaces in melee combat, and the Nurgle Furies are kind of an irritation that can kind of fly around, and when they get Cloud of Flies active, they can stick around for a lot longer than you think. They got poison as well, so little bit of a different outcome than the Tzeentch Furies, which are really reliable for getting in because of their barrier against gun lines, but then falter really badly because of their lack of any distinguishing features. Like, they don't have any frenzy, they don't do anything special, they don't have poison, they don't have any melee defense buffs or anything. Just the barrier, and that's it. The Slash Furies are like, you know, a can opener with the, like, AP. You know, they have lower weapon strength than the other Furies, so in Fury versus Fury fights, they're the worst variant, but they're exceptionally strong against factions like Dwarves and whatnot. Or they can use the AP super effectively. It's just cool. I mean, this game, man. God, it's so fun. It's super overwhelming, though. There's just so many factions and units to have to think about and take into consideration for games. Anybody who gets in and scraps in multiplayer, you know, has my ultimate respect because it's just a completely different beast from campaign. But yeah, alright guys, I think I'm done rambling. I'm gonna go eat, hang out, and relax. I hope you guys have a good one, and I'll be back ASAP with another stream. Hopefully I've got some time tomorrow. Maybe after work on Monday I'll have a little bit of time, but I am gonna be gone for a majority of the middle of the week. I'm going on a little vacation and going to scout out a place that I'm planning on moving to. So, going to check the vibes, basically. We'll see how it is. I'll be back around, I'll be back Thursday. And I'll be working Friday, and then we'll be doing our usual Saturday stream. So at the very least, you can look forward to that. I'll keep you guys appraised. Till then, guys, take care, peace out, and stay sane.